Good morning, everybody. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina. I am senior market strategist, and I am side by side with our senior economist, the fabulous Tracy Shuchart. How are you doing, Tracy?
All right. Good morning, all.
Well, we're almost there, man. We're almost to July 4th. We just got a little bit of more work to do, but apparently on Capitol Hill, there's a lot of more work to do.
Yeah, absolutely. So overnight, we did see that the bill went back to the House and it went to the committee. The committee recommended it, and then there was a vote uh, to essentially move it forward. So there's one more final vote today, and we will see in the House and see if it passes. From there, it will go to the president's desk. Of course, that's all front page news this morning because uh, there's been a lot of infighting between the GOP.
Yeah, no, I know. It took me a while this morning to kind of refresh my memory of how the process works. So if they don't make any changes, they vote on it today and they pass it. Then it goes to the president's desk and the deadline is met and everybody's done at least for a couple of days. And then
Happy.
we'll have a whole series of debates on how good it is or how bad it is probably for the rest of his term.
Correct. That is correct. But so we should find out later today.
Yeah, but I heard they were up all night. I don't know about you, but by like 7:30 at night, I have no power left in my battery.
So I get up at 3:30 in the morning generally, or 4:30, and I went to they're still talking about it. There's like an all-nighter spaces going on this, reporting on it because there was a reporter live from DC covering the event. So I listened to that for a little bit.
Well, that begs the question. Do you get up that early every morning?
Yeah, I get up by 4:30 every morning. Got a lot of research to do to bring all the news to you.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Good morning, chat. Fantastic to see everybody. Remember, today we have that early close on most of the futures markets. I think it's 1 p.m. East Coast time, Tracy. Is that right?
Hmm. Yes. And NYSE is also closed at that time.
Yeah, okay. So don't get caught in a position thinking you can get out at the regular close because you can't. So be careful.
Right, exactly. Exactly. So really kind of aside from, what is going on with this bill, it's kind of been a, quiet news day. Markets haven't really moved a lot. Everybody's just hanging on to this bill, plus the huge amount of data that we do have today. So at 8:30, we have initial claims and continuing claims. Then we also have non-farm payrolls, unemployment rate, and participation rate. Then at 9:45, we have S&P Global U.S. Services PMI and Composite PMI. 10 is factory orders. Also, ISM index and employment. 10 also is durable goods orders, and 1 p.m. is Baker Hughes rig count. I think after this 8:30 data, depending on what it is, markets will probably be quiet. I know a lot of people are kind of just hanging around for the 8:30 data and then taking off afterwards. And so I'm not sure the rest of the data today will be that market moving, but of course it's all about the 8:30 data today.
Yeah, they call it now the unemployment situation, Tracy. Back in the day, when I was on the floor anyway, we called it unenjoyment report because it would always cause havoc for the people scalping. And then they changed it to the unemployment report, and then somebody decided, well, let's call it the employment situation because that sounds a little bit better. And that's where we're sitting today, the employment report, non-farm payroll.
non-farm payroll. So we've got it's a big morning. Plus, usually that does come on a Friday because we're closed on Friday, and we usually have continuing claims on Thursday. We got a double whammy this morning with both sets of data on the same day.
Yeah, which is interesting because, there's not a lot of time for the markets to assimilate the data, but, maybe the data will come in, as forecast and it's already assimilated into price. I don't know, but if there's any surprises, it might trigger some movement.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, I think really, and it's a data point that I always pay attention to, but a lot of people don't pay attention to, is I pay attention to the revisions because the BLS number is so out of whack because of the birth death rate model, right? I think even though the market doesn't care about the revisions, I think that gives you a better picture of the employment situation, to be honest. But of course, the market will only care about headline numbers. Now, we did have, when we had yesterday's numbers, the private payrolls come in at minus 33,000, which may give an indication of kind of the numbers today. We'll see, but that showed a little bit of weakening in the labor market. So we'll see what these numbers say today. And just quickly, let's see what they're expecting. So non-farm payrolls, they're expecting 106,000. And unemployment rate at 4.3%, which is just a smidgen higher than it was last time. Last time it was 4.2%, but in reality it was like 4.2644 or something. Like it was almost 4.3. So I'm not sure how much that's really going to matter. And then for jobless claims, it's supposed to come in at 241K, which is kind of about where we've been anyway. So we will see what those numbers look like and if we see anything in the weakening in the labor market. Of course, if we do start to see the labor market weakening, that kind of increases maybe the Fed's decision on moving to a July cut instead of say a September cut. So we know the Fed is kind of divided on that, and Powell is adamant about a no July cut, but that's why everybody's kind of clinging on to this labor market data.
Yeah, right now I just got a real quick peek at the CME Group's FedWatch tool, and it's tracking a 25% chance of a 25 bip rate cut for the July meeting, which is still a long way from we're going to have a cut, but it was almost zero 3 weeks ago. So it is moving in that direction.
Exactly. It is. And I think it's because I think we've gotten some numbers that kind of are showing maybe the economy is slowing, although we had Besant on this morning right before we got on, and of course he was saying, it's on the ticker actually, but he was talking about trade talks. He warned countries not to drag out trade talks. He's meeting with the EU negotiator today, and then he went on a rampage about the Federal Reserve, saying they were behind the ball, and he says that the 2-year is telling you the overnight rate is much too high. So we'll talk to Donnie about that, who's our guest this morning, Donnie Phillips. He is a legend. He was the Euro-dollar market, he's bonds, he's ex-CME local. So we'll get the scoop on how he feels about what the bond market is doing, and what may or may not happen after this employment number.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting Danny in here. I got to say hi to him a couple minutes ago, and looking forward to that for sure. Another great contributor in the NinjaTrader network. Everybody, thanks for being here. Thanks for being in the chat. You guys are awesome. Appreciate you supporting us, supporting each other in the chat. Really is pretty awesome. It's good to see A lot of folks have been with, NinjaTrader 1.0 also had a pretty decent following with Paulie. Paulie, good to see you, and Engineer Beer. Sometimes he's Engineer Beer, who knows? But appreciate everybody being in here with us this morning. But Tracy, one of the things there was a couple of markets that raised my eyebrows in the metals this morning. I mean, we had this platinum
Yeah.
market is like up 4%, down 4%.
Crazy.
Yeah, what's
We've got a wild swings in that market. And I think a lot of the reason is, I mean, we all know the fundamental drivers behind it, but, this market is a very thin trading market, right? It's definitely doesn't have, kind of the volume that say the gold contract does. So I think it moves around a lot. And it's just one of those markets that's kind of its behavior generally. Like especially after it makes kind of like a big move up. But again, I still think the market is bullish, even though we've come down. It's just a little squirrely, kind of like silver's a little squirrely.
Yeah, well, it's funny because everyone's like, "Well, silver's the widowmaker, right? Be careful when you're trading silver." But it's nothing compared to the platinum market.
I know. Well, I mean, platinum for a long time, we were seriously in such a tight range when it,
Yeah.
broke out. It's now, kind of like the wild child right now.
Yeah,
But I
yeah,
still think dips can be bought in that market for sure. But
yeah. The other one,
anything stick out to you?
yeah, the other market, corn is kind of remember corn, and I'm talking September corn, not December corn, but September corn is kind of in that downtrend, bouncing off the bottoms right now. We do have a little bit of a pickup. We're up a little bit, about 1% right now. That'll start trading again. Well, I got to double check the holiday schedule. Normally it would start again at 8:30, but I didn't do a double check on that one today. But yeah, it moved up a little bit overnight.
So yeah, corn's up about. Well, I have December corn up, but it's up about 5.25. So
Yeah.
I mean, it's amazing. We had we talked about grain market today, and they're getting or this week, and what do you know? They're getting a bounce.
Right.
So
No,
maybe somebody heard us.
the reason I like these kind of grain markets is because they do trend for a while. It's not like platinum, like you're up 4%, down 4% any given day, but they kind of trend a little better, and so you could kind of stick with it a little longer.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Except for wheat's kind of squirrely too.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But grain markets, we are looking good at least this morning.
Yeah, I mean, right now, volume in the E-mini S&P. I always look at the volume in the E-mini S&P. First thing I do in the morning, the first thing I do before we stream, just to kind of get a pulse of, is there, what's the level of activity right now? And we have 73,000 traded overnight so far in the E-mini S&P, as expected, super low volume. We should be over 100 easily by now, and we're not. So. No surprises there, right? Until it changes, it might not change. We might just be in this holiday mode for the rest of the day and end up kind of lunched on the stock index futures at their highs.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, I think it's all going to be how these numbers come in. If they come in line, we're probably in probably be a rather slow day, but we'll find out.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Just kind of glancing across the board, 30-year bonds. We'll ask Donnie about this. Back to a 115 handle. Yesterday we broke down to like a 114 half, and now we kind of pop back up. So all the treasuries are green, which is kind of back to where they started 2 days ago almost. So we'll see what that looks like on the charts, and we'll do a little edge report on that as well. Currencies, what are you seeing in the currency market right now?
So we've got dollar up just slightly this morning, about 0.1%. We did have that big move up on Wednesday, and we have pulled back a little bit and trading just slightly higher. So not it's not putting huge pressure across the currency markets at this point.
Yeah. All right. All right. Well, hang tight, Tracy. Let's take a really quick break. We'll go to an edge report and then we'll bring Danny in. All right. Let's do it. Let's start with bonds. Let's talk about the 30-year bonds right now, and we will grill our guest on this as well. A nice orderly rally still. I mean, I have a trend line here. I'm just kind of started that off way down here on May 22nd. Kind of nice move up. Yesterday we had a big kind of dominant candle here. We kind of closed right on that 8 EMA. This morning we got a little bit of a bid here back of that 115 handle that I mentioned as well. And also I have that anchored VWAP I'm tracking. That's that white line here. I should probably pull it back one more day, but we're still firmly trading above it. So from a longer term point of view, buyers are in charge right now. That's how I'd interpret that particular market. But still, we have a target wick up here that we achieved on this doji. This was a turnaround doji that only lasted one day, right? We have that turnaround doji at the end of a rally up, and that just tells me that this market's more resilient than I thought, because I thought we'd have another down day, but not today so far. We'll see where we go. Really, the target wick is at a 116 handle, so keep that in mind as well. Stochastics, yeah, starting to cross under that 80 line, but I'm not. We need more cowbell on that one before I get too excited. Again, tight range today, nice distribution. We have Jax 1 at 115.16, and then on the bottom end, there's really not a lot of Menthor Q options levels until you get all the way down to 114 and 16/30 seconds. My guess is we're going to be, and short of some surprise in the data, we're going to be kind of sideways here, trading through that session VWAP as we speak. Let's shoot over to the stock index futures, E-mini S&P. I'll pull this guy up. Nice kind of move up. I mean, this is just we just broke out of this this really, if you round up to 6,100, but I have it at 60, 94, 95. We broke out up. Moving averages are just sloping up nicely here. Keep in mind, and this is the futures market, so it's going to differ a little bit from the SPX market as well, as Sterling mentioned yesterday. But the futures themselves on a daily chart, if you just go back and track, we're only up about 5.5%. Depending on how you measure, and if you're using a back continuation, how your continuation chart is set up. But in any event, the point being, this is turning into a regular year. We're 6 months into it. We're halfway through the year. S&P up, 5.56%. An average year, it's 8 to 10%. Even though we had that huge price dislocation that we saw earlier, intraday, again, super small range here today. This is indicative of a holiday. I mean, high to low right now, we're at 14 handles, really tight as well. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't be upset if you put your hands in your pocket, didn't place any trades today. But the VWAP's right in the middle. We have a point of control starting to form here right around 62.80. Jax 3 is a little bit lower here. We'll see if we get back down to that 62.75. But we're right at Jax 1 here, which is the biggest gamma level, which is at 60.80. Kind of surprising because a lot of the big options numbers are you would expect that to be 6,300, but it's not. So that's the story of that. And let's just roll over to gold really quickly here, and then we'll get Danny in the studio here. I got fib lines all over the place. I'm going to move them back a little bit. But basically, little baby candle again. Yesterday's baby candle, today's baby candle. We're kind of right where we started from. The moving averages, those 8 and that 21. It's just all kind of, pretty much close to touching. I wouldn't say it's close to crossing over. It's going sideways. We're going to have to see if some movement one way or the other. And at the bottom of the conversation, you're right at that 23% inside fib. We're seeing that 50 EMA as well. So I'm going to keep my eyes on that. But, a little bit of a, nice kind of pop back up to reality right here. We're tracking 3250-ish, 3257 to be exact. But that's kind of price happiness for gold right now. Intraday, let's just see if there's anything of note here. Intraday, I don't know. I mean, it's a small B volume distribution. If you use your imagination, I mean, it's a little wonky. We've traded 60,000 contracts. I guess that's not nothing. So there's some participation here as well. And We have that call zero DTE level right now. We're tracking at 33.60. So we'll see how it goes. See if we stay down here at the bottom of this distribution or not, or if we start filling it in at the top as well. But again, tight volume, tight range, tight everything today on this shortened day. That is today's Edge Report. Let's get back to the studio with Shai and let's bring in Donnie.
Morning, everybody. How you doing today?
Good morning, Donnie. How are you?
I'm great, thank you. Beautiful day in Chicago. I'm just kind of hanging out on the porch, getting ready to get flamed by non-farm unenjoyment report, as you say. Um, Anecdotally, my worst day ever on the floor was a non-farm number.
That's why we
I'm
called it that's why we called it unenjoyment.
absolutely. I got laid out. I didn't put a number on it, and a broker by the name of Hawk hit me with like 3,000, and then the number popped. Market went down a ton. He came back to me to ask me if I wanted some more, and he sold me 5,000. So then I had 8,000 euro dollars on, upside down about 10 ticks, down about $1 million, and scalped out of all of it that day. Pretty crazy day.
It's a lot of work and a lot of frustration right there.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Hell yeah. So what do we got, man? I think if we're looking at the curve and we're looking at rate cuts, one thing I've seen that has been extremely consistent over the last 3 years is the pricing of the overnight interest rate swaps have been very consistent with accuracy, I guess is the best way to say it. And they are not predicting any massive rate cuts here. That spread is, you've got to go out to 4 years to get the amount of cuts that are predicted in the market right now in the SOFR spreads into reality. So I think the market is extremely optimistic on rate cuts here. And I think people are going to be a little bit disappointed. I know a lot of people are talking about the potential for a July cut here. And I really don't think we get one until at least September, and probably not even until that December meeting. That's kind of the way I'm seeing it based on the overnight interest rate swap market versus what you're seeing in SOFR. And if you look back at ZB and you go back to that March rally, that was that last big flight to quality move where we got the bonds way up into the almost 121, I think, range. And then we had Trump talk about getting rid of Powell, and we had that massive sell-off going into April. That just shows me that the market is probably leaning too much towards cuts here still. Now, obviously, non-farm can change that. I think that's probably the largest driver of what's going to change this. We're not going to get inflation in line without a slowdown of some sort. And everyone's still expecting the tariff to impact inflationary as well, which I think is the thing that Jay Powell has referenced several times now. And I think that's going to keep some pressure on the inflationary indices that we're looking at, those metrics, and it's going to keep the Fed on hold until we get some softening in the jobs data. And I think, we started to hear some talk about break-even rates lately. The last couple of days, Tim Ross put some stuff out on it, and basically that is how many jobs do we need to add into the economy to keep the labor market stable. And when we had all of that flight out of COVID and all that stimulus money flying in 2022, plus the COVID money in 2020, that all probably indicated somewhere around 200,000 jobs was the baseline break-even rate. And now people are starting to talk about that break-even rate. I think the San Francisco Fed has that as 70,000 jobs right now. I've seen estimates as low as 40,000 jobs. So it's going to be difficult to track sentiment off a non-farm payroll right now because Fed doesn't have a really good guesstimate on what that break-even rate is. So until we get a little more clarity there, you might see a low number in the 90 print, and that's still probably 20,000 above break even. So that would still be recognized by real Fed watchers as we're still adding jobs to the economy.
So let me
I
let me ask this, Donnie, and I want to start with
Yeah,
Shai and then move to you. With that as the calculus, does Chair Powell survive to the end of his term?
I think we saw the temper tantrum back in March and April, and I think it would be extremely dangerous to the long end of the curve if they were to replace Powell early. I think if you take away the perceived independence of the Fed, that has ramifications, and I don't think people appreciate that enough. So that would bring us to the steepener trade that everyone's been looking for, right? So is the steepener coming from cuts and the lower end going lower, or is the steepener coming because we lose the long end? And the other thing to consider there is, you know, Bessent was really critical of Yellen about the issuance going to the front end of the curve instead of staying out in duration. And now that he's in power, he's doing the exact same thing. And he said last week and again this week that they want to issue more on the front of the curve. So I can get it from an interest rate cost carry standpoint on paying down the debt, and servicing that debt. But if we lose the long end and we go back and we trade into the lows that we saw in the beginning of April on the long end, and we flirt with over 5, that's pretty scary stuff. And I don't know that cutting is going to solve anything there. It might even make it worse. So I would be very surprised if they do anything more than jawbone about getting rid of Powell.
So Tracy, does anything stick out on comments Donnie just made?
So no, I mean I absolutely agree with him. It's particularly on the Yellen comment for certain, because he is doing exactly what she's doing, and he complained about it the entire time. So good points to make
He's the
for
new
certain.
Tamagotchi, right? It used to be Yellen was the Tamagotchi, and now he's the Tamagotchi, right? He's just the talking head.
Oh, fun fun times for sure. Yeah, Jason Shapiro yesterday was talking about the steepening of the curve too, though. So it seems like there's a move afoot there as well. I haven't checked. I haven't even. I didn't check. I haven't checked the 10 and 2 year spread today. I mean, I know it's a bigger yield curve than just that, but that's the one we usually take a peek at.
Yep, yep. Yeah, I mean, I look at the D28 SOFR contract, and that is kind of my bellwether, and that's at 3.5% right now. So that's kind of your max 3/4 cuts going all the way out there. And until that changes and gets lower, I will use that as a barometer. So
Yeah, no, it's the SOFR is important because there's a lot of borrowing that's done at SOFR plus, right?
yes,
And
yes.
so that kind of sets the variable rate lending market, whether it's a home equity loan or anything else, or a commercial loan. That's why that is so incredibly sensitive, and a lot of people don't know that.
It's really deep. I mean, it's used in swaps. It's used as a speculative vehicle. It's used as a hedge. It's used as a borrowing instrument. It's used for hedging. There's a lot of volume that goes through that SOFR contract,
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
and it's a great trade too, by the way.
So Donnie, we're gonna hang tight one sec. We're gonna
Yep.
break in. Shaz's gonna walk us through the number. It's gonna come out any minute here, and she's gonna kind of tell us what the expectations are and tell us what the answer is.
All right. So, non-farm payrolls prior was 139,000, expected 106,000. Unemployment rate supposed to tick marginally higher at 4.3%, but again, it was over 4.2% if you look into the details last time. So 4.3% is not that big of a stretch higher than it was The last report, then we have initial jobless claims are supposed to come in at 241,000. Prior was 236. That's been pretty steady for weeks now. And continuing claims are supposed to come in at 1.962 million. So we will find out exactly that. So non-farm came in at higher than expected, 147,000. Unemployment rate down at 4.1%. Then we had initial jobless claims also softer at 233K, and continuing claims in line at 1.964 million. So better than expected.
Wow. Well, let's take a look at some markets here. I mean, look at it. First, I thought I have a bad tick, but the Treasury bond market just fell out of bed right now.
Yep.
We just hit almost a 113 handle from a 115 handle. That's quite a caustic move down. Equity market's not so much, but the long end of the curve, here we are. What's going on, Donnie?
That's just telling you that the market's strong, that Trump's right on the economy still being in a good spot, and there's no cuts coming. July is off the table completely at this point. There's not a chance in hell they're going to do that. And we're back into that support level. I mean, you're literally taking out this entire. Scroll that out a little tighter. Yeah. See, we just took out that line. And what's that? The 200?
So, all right. So I have an ADMA at the top, and then I have an anchored VWAP from,
Okay.
I don't know when, from the highs, the recent highs. And then now it just is breaking the 21 EMA and about to break the 50 EMA. This is a substantial move down
Yeah.
On a holiday Thursday.
Yep. It's ugly.
We had actually the revisions really quickly, because I always look at the revisions. I know the market doesn't care about them, but this is the first time we have had in a long time that they were revised up. So April was revised up by 11,000 and May was revised up by 5,000. So I'm going to go with Donnie. There's no way we're getting a cut in July.
Nope, not happening. September might even be off the table now. We might be out to December at this point.
Let's just real quickly check the SPOOs, see what's going on here. I mean, it's just, this is resilient, man.
Yep. I watch a 4-hour chart on the ES, and I put standard deviation channels on it.
Yeah.
That are tied to VWAP, and we are approaching the upper end of the +2 standard deviation here. I think it's at, what's that price level? 63.91. So we probably got another 100 points to go on the ES before we get up into that +2 standard deviation channel. And the market doesn't really stay there for long. So it is also trending downward on the channels as well over the last 180 days. I would not be surprised if we see some level of pullback and consolidation in ES here at some point in time, just because that's summer month, right? Isn't July usually a pretty solid month into the middle, and then it starts to turn if you look at it from a historical standpoint?
Yeah, I guess from a historical standpoint, July has been positive for the last 10 years. Even if it's ended up, even if it's come back down a little bit in the second half, it's still been positive overall in the month, even if it is just, a slight percentage higher. But July does tend to be a positive month, historically speaking.
Gold does not like the data either, by the way.
If you look at ZB on a 4-hour and you put a volume profile up, 113.21 is fair value. So we're just a little bit above that. If we lose 113.21, we're going to trade down to 112.
Well, we're getting close. I mean, let's see. We're getting super close. I mean, we're at, what's the low wick here? I mean, we pierced the 114 handle. I mean, we're
Yep.
113.31, 30 seconds.
Yeah, so we're literally at fair value for the last 180 days on a 4 hour on ZB.
Wow. There we have
Interesting
it.
stuff. Yep, interesting stuff. What did VIX do? VIX is down a little bit.
You know, man. So
Yep.
Donnie, it's great meeting you,
VIX
man.
futures.
Oh, go ahead, Tracy. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was just going to say VIX futures are down 1.62%.
Makes sense. All right, all right. Donnie Phillips, you guys got to follow Donnie on X. I started following you yesterday, actually, and I was scrolling through your X's. They're awesome. I'll go ahead and cut and paste that into the chat in a second. But thanks for being here with
Appreciate
us,
it.
man. It's great talking to you.
My pleasure. You guys enjoy the 4th of July weekend. I would not expect a whole lot more here in ZB land. We might get some consolidation, but other than that, I think the day's done pretty much.
All right, there you go. Donnie Phillips. Thanks
That
again.
makes
Have a
sense.
great 4th of July. Tracy, great start to and we're finishing strong this morning. I don't care what anyone says. I know it's a holiday weekend, but I have my sights set on launch anyway.
So yeah, I actually shocked at shocked at the numbers, but these numbers they look good. I mean, as far as from an economic standpoint, that is.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So we'll keep analyzing those throughout the morning. Chat. Oh, there we go. We got Donnie's X in there as well. So I think it's about time, though. I think it's about time to
Perfect.
bring in our friend from Arizona, sunny Arizona. Pharm is in the house. There he is.
Good morning, Jimmy Gags. How we doing?
Pretty good, man. Pretty good. I was telling Tracy earlier this morning, I was like, for some reason, I was extraordinarily tired yesterday night. And but I woke up this morning, I felt great. I don't know if it's because it's the holiday weekends in sight or not, but how you feeling?
I'm definitely glad it's a short week. The wife had COVID coming back from Japan, and I kind of caught it, and I think I got really lucky. It was relatively mild. I've still been feeling a little bit crappy, but
Yeah.
it'll be nice to have a long weekend. And yeah, I mean, we'll see if there's anything worth trading today after this move. Seems reasonable to maybe consolidate, but you never know what the apes are going to do on what is likely to be a thin book after the first 30, 60 minutes anyway. So we'll see.
Yeah, I think we're already seeing it already. I mean, the SPOOs have, well, surprisingly though, the SPOOs have done 100 and this is actually a little surprising to me. 101,000 contracts so far. I know we're way off the mark from a regular day, but there's been a little activity and probably a lot to do with the numbers that just came out.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what volumes look like. I mean, I tend to assume that the first, hour or so you'll have some business conducted across markets, and then most people are just gonna cut out for the long weekend, and I may do the same. But definitely interesting numbers this morning. We had I guess it was March, maybe into April. You know, literally 69% chance of recession, right? And it's time to swing the other way towards maybe the inflation 2.0, but takes a little bit of time for that to play out. But jobs market definitely doesn't look like it's falling out of bed, that's for sure. So
Yeah. Well, we still have, people don't forget. I mean, we have that July 9th. That's like Wednesday, that this tariff deadline stuff. I'm with the Khaleesi market here. I'm saying the can is gonna be kicked down the road again.
yeah, that's probably right. I mean, they made a decision that they're gonna run this hot and support the markets, and I don't think they have any reason to want to, ruffle that. So I think you're probably right that they'll just extend if they need to extend, and just try not to shake things up too badly. But I mean, on the other side, that other hand, they've got room now, in terms of equities being all-time high. If they want to play a little bit if they want to play a little bit tough, they've got plenty of room without breaking anything too badly in equity land. But yeah, I think you're right. I think it's more tacos.
But also the one, the more tacos, the more, the more I think about it, we're only up. S&Ps are only up like around a little over 5%, depending on how you measure, from the January open, January 2nd or 3rd, whatever day we started this whole thing off at. And that's, if you look at it, that's a normal year. That's not an abnormal year. If we're on pace, the annualized pace to, be 8 to 10% up on the year, that's kind of boring.
Yeah, and after coming off 2 years in a row of just massive, massive gains, I mean, I think coming into the year, anyways, for me, expecting anything more than 5 to 8 was kind of optimistic. And so, with my year ahead plan, I was saying, I was, I think fully expecting a quarter 1 correction, potentially sizable. We got that. So the thing is, if it's going to be a 5 to 8% up year, but you get to buy it at 20% down, that's a pretty good year, right?
Yeah.
But if you just kind of sat and held, it's not really that fantastic. But and I think that's going to continue for a number of years. I think the cycles are going to be rapid. We've seen it. We've seen, just like, if you take the sentiment shifts, right, where we've gone, recession camp, recession trades on, that gets rug pulled. Then we swing back to the inflation camp. It's happening more and more quickly. And I think the cycles in terms of even potentially the Fed are going to be happening a little bit more quickly, just talking about 10-year range. So, every couple of years, if you get that big pullback, I think it's really important to get that money in to really sort of outpace in terms of like real returns. Because I do expect that inflation is going to be an issue, a continuing issue for years. And so to get that real return, you're going to have to get it in good on those 10% corrections, 15% corrections. Otherwise, you're just, real returns are probably going to be pretty poor.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. And the last piece of the puzzle, I think, is today's, or one of the last pieces of the puzzle. It looks like the House is going to pass the bill, and get it to the president's desk for the big, beautiful baby, or whatever it's called.
Yeah. Yeah, they'll get something through, right? I mean, we'll see what kind of changes have to go through. But yeah, they definitely quite the departure from what the stated policy was going to be coming into the year, for sure. So whether or not you're caught off guard, or like, whether or not you should be surprised or not surprised by the fact that, they came in saying there was going to be some fiscal discipline and then they're not. I mean, yeah, it's no real surprise, right? Either side of the aisle, it's the same thing all the time. But still, it's been a rather like volatile year in terms of, policy expectations. And we all, I think, expected that with Trump. You don't know what to expect, but to expect it to be volatile in terms of, policy stance.
That's right. That's right. Anyway, well, let's check out some PAX charts. Do we have some PAX charts up?
Let's see. I've got starting off with ES. I mean, there's not a whole lot to talk about here, right? It's been a grind higher. Yesterday, we had come in and we had formed this nice sort of normal distribution on the profile, and now we've just continued to sort of stretch it a bit yesterday. I mean, yesterday we had the two relatively equal daily highs first, and we kind of just cracked and grinded above them. It wasn't really a clean break into like a double distribution day. And that's not atypical for summer months to just see that sort of slow, choppy grind. And so we've just sort of stretched this profile out, and we'll see where that continues to go. But it looks like it's probably going to be a pretty awkward profile to end the week, depending on how today goes. NQ was a bit cleaner on the weekly. We had talked yesterday morning about that double distribution that was forming, and hopefully you got some of this long yesterday. That was nice to catch that. I mean, it's kind of a gift, right? When volatility is so incredibly low,
Yeah.
And ranges are so low. If you can get a couple hundred handles on NQ in a day, that's a huge gift. So that's one of the reasons why I like to see some downside, or like to see even longs get liquidated, or later longs get liquidated, because it just really opens up range and opens up for some fantastic trades. So we've basically come back in on NQ to top of range. I mean, this is kind of your upper distribution up here. We came right back in, and that looks like a pretty poor high on NQ here. We basically tapped, this excess high that was a cash hours high. So that's going to bother me if that doesn't get taken out. But very, very different profiles on NQ and ES. And so as long as, for NQ, we just kind of hang out in here anyways, even if this move kind of fails back, which, there's not really much of a reason to expect it to do that. But as long as we're hanging around in this upper range, you tend to favor upward resolution, into next week with, any sellers down here sort of trapped. And then, again, ES just not really as clean of a profile. And almost no matter what happens, it's not going to be super clean. It's not going to be any kind of a clean double distribution week with today's, light volume half day. So, we're still at this point of just, monitoring upside levels, right? We haven't taken out a prior day low on ES. We did on, NQ, and then we saw the result of that. It just formed a 3-day balance, and then we peaked below it yesterday morning and ripped back up to the highs. And that is sort of what you expect. And, I'd said yesterday on the stream that I would be surprised to zero if we ended up back at high of week by today. And, we hit that on NQ. And so still have not done that on ES. So it's just monitoring upside levels for continuation and potential profit takes. But, each level just comes up and it's reactive, but, no technical damage done. And, unless this thing completely falls out of bed and gets sucked back into range, I mean, there's nothing doing but to, selectively buy dips and take some profits on rips.
So let's go in the time machine for a second. So today, tomorrow's the 4th. Next week, probably going to be a low, my guess is, and I'm interested in your experiences, it'll be another low volume kind of week with folks still at Cape Cod or wherever the fancy places Deli goes to. I don't know. He gets on private jets and goes to fancy places. I'm a little jealous. But in any event, with kind of a slow comeback, are we right in summer trading now, man? Is this going to be the pace of things for July and August?
Yeah, I mean, it certainly has felt that way. And I feel like we usually see, I don't know, maybe Monday, Tuesday, you may have some parties that come in and they need to conduct some business secondary to, this print. And, so maybe we get some decent volume on Monday, maybe Tuesday. And then I tend to agree. It sort of tapers off. And there's just, I mean, what is there to do right now? You're waiting on tariffs. You've got this bill that's likely to be passed. I mean, the economy looks fine. I do still think that you have a little bit of positioning offsides. And we saw the bond market, right, just completely fall out of bed here. At least so far. And I found it was interesting, right? Yesterday, ADP comes in negative and the 30-year sells.
Yeah.
So that, I guess, they were sort of pricing in some softness potentially, with that rally. And so, yeah, I mean, oops, if you got long the bonds on yesterday. I mean, ADP, what trash. I mean, I'm sorry, it's always been that way to me. That you just get these numbers from ADP and it just ends up being completely meaningless and disaligned with NFP. So that's the importance of waiting. When jobs week, when you're getting all the data, it's just so important to wait for NFPs. It's, historically been the biggest catalyst.
If my memory serves me correctly, last October, ADP changed their formula, the way that they calculate this. If this is the right service I'm remembering. And so, anytime folks start doing that, it's like, all right, you lose the consistency that you had to compare with the other numbers that come out that are consistent.
Yeah, that sounds vaguely familiar. And it's just why it's really important to wait until the entire picture comes out. And because that's what, any kind of sizable money is going to do. They're going to wait for the full picture. And then usually to begin the next week, they're going to come in and make their decisions and position how they're going to position. So it'll be interesting to see the rotations that come out of this following this print. And, really, I mean, you can see that we're, giving back some of this move. RTY actually is putting in a relatively horrifying candle on the 30. I'll just take a quick peek on that. I don't have too many levels on the RTY chart, but I mean, this looks pretty gross, but it had been pretty extended. So, we could forgive them that, I suppose. We'll take one more quick look at NQ. For NQ, I mean, I still think, as long as it's basically above, yesterday's high, it's going to be fine. Again, you're top of range, and it's top of range until proven otherwise. It would be nice to see a cash hours come in and take out these highs, whether it breaks with continuation and we rip higher. I'm very cautious into this 23,030 and 23,040 spot on NQ, but I would like to at least see these highs taken out, whether it's a sweep and fail and we come back into range, or we just rip out of here. Markets are going to have to decide how to process this news, because that's certainly probably has to pare back rate cut expectations at least a little bit coming into the end of the year.
Yeah, no, I think so. I mean, it's it's been surprisingly steady Freddy on the Fed funds cycle. We're used to these cycles, hike, 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 cut, 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 and then all of a sudden, boom, nothing happens. And then everyone's like, well, shouldn't something happen? Well, maybe, maybe not. Maybe nothing needs to happen right now. So it's just kind of different than what the roller coaster we've gone through pre and post COVID with respect to Fed funds, and then what the, impulse or what the price reaction is in the equity markets because of those events. And now that part of the suspense is not there anymore, right? It's just like we're not doing anything.
It's been a very different cycle, really, and no real surprise, I suppose. It's the first time we've had like meaningful inflation in decades, and so the fact that we've been on hold for so long is different, right, compared to the last few cycles that we've had. But again, not really a surprise. And so as long as labor stays firm, you'll continue to have guys like Pulte out there banging the table for rate cuts, and we're just like, wait, why? I mean, why do we need to cut 100 basis points now? I would be interested to see what the long end did if we did actually get cuts, given this jobs market. I tend to lean towards it's selling off pretty hard. You get that steepener trade if we were to cut into this, because again, my base case is now inflation 2.0, which that sort of takes time for that to develop, and that could be nasty if we end up seeing inflation at a bit of a cyclical trough here, and then it just starts to kick back up with the labor market strong.
Yeah. The other thing on the labor market front, though, the other thing that corporate America is starting to acknowledge, they're starting to forecast how AI is going to displace labor force. Originally, they were denying it. It's like, no, this is going to be good. We're going to have more people helping us with the AI innovation. And now it's kind of like, now we're seeing reports of, yeah, this will eventually over the next few years replace these many workers. So that concern that wasn't a concern before is becoming a concern again.
Yeah, and that would be a completely different type of softening in the economy. Like, what do you do with that? And do rate cuts matter? In that case, I mean, does it help bring those jobs back? Healthcare being similar, where it's just not really sensitive to rate cuts, rate hikes. If you had some drop off there, it's what are rate cuts going to do in that market? So it's been a very interesting cycle. Everything's been very different, and we'll see how today goes. I think basically at this point, as long as we're opening on a true gap up, and we've got 35 minutes, right? So true gap up meaning we're opening above yesterday's high, which is 62.76 half. So and then the spike base, we did have a spike yesterday, was 73 3/4. So I mean, as long as we're holding above there, there's really nothing doing. If we did give that back, it would be kind of interesting after this move. Not necessarily bearish by any means. I mean, we could have come down on NFP all the way back to this week's developing volume point of control in the 40s, and we would have just that would have been just normal. Nothing bearish about that. We had some single prints, 48 to like 54, I think it was. It's like maybe that comes into play. I don't think really anybody expects us to come in and sell off hard at the open, but you never know, right? So if we did get through yesterday's high, there's not really a clean path lower. But if we did come back in here to the these 50s, we did have single prints yesterday left behind that are probably going to be reactive just above week to date VPOC. So I'd probably be looking at that to put in a bid. I think like NQ is a little bit different. And again, I mean, like there's really no reason to expect any downside. But like when you're trading higher and you're in price discovery, there's really nothing to talk about on the upside. Like you just go higher and like, you monitor levels for, maybe profit takes or see how price responds. But I mean, there's no reason to be like blindly shorting all-time highs just because like there's some fib you have out there, I guess. But, so to me, the only thing that really could potentially be bearish, and I mean, look at this, look at this profile from yesterday. I mean, wow, just a giant P. So that's really, I mean, the risk is if we come back in here and we lose the NQ prior high, then maybe we get a rotation back towards the bottom of this range. But you can see that basically right here, these 815s, 825 half was last week's high, sitting at volume point of control. So I mean, getting through that might be kind of tough. But like that's the only potential situation where you get some volatility is if we lost all of yesterday's volume and we were trading back below these 760s, and there's no reason to expect that. So looks like bulls can call it a win for today, and hopefully I'm jinxing it by saying that and we get some volatility.
Well, I'm looking at the MNQ right now, and we're right at that Jax 1 level, which is the, supposedly the most important options level, and we're pretty close to it also in the ES. But that 22,900 level it also lines up with the top of the London initial balance also. So that seems to be a price happiness point, even though we don't have a lot of volume there yet so far, but we'll see if we get some more distribution up there.
Yeah, I think if I'm going to trade today, which I kind of doubt with this, I mean, again, you've got the true gap up, and you can trade that as we talked about a number of times this year. We've had a lot of true gaps, both up and down. If anything, I might trade NQ. I'm very curious to see if it can break this range and sustain and get up to those 23,030s. And if not, if we end up trapped back in here, then you could potentially see some two-way trading between. I feel like circuit breakers are going to, stop things if we get anywhere near the 700. So I probably don't need to talk about that. But I mean, in theory, you could see rotational trades, two-way trades between, 780s and, 900s or so if this can't break to the upside. So probably cleaner on NQ for me than ES.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the NQ still. I mean, so far the range, low to high, just on a casual napkin measurement, 110 points. ATR, I have a 14-period ATR of 308 points. So we do get some spectacular breakout to the upside. There's room to move.
Yeah. And I'm like, and you do expect participation to be relatively thin today. I mean, at least I would anyway. So if the apes get going and they're here for the day and they're slapping their options for the day, who knows? Maybe it opens up a little bit, but we'll see. Again, biggest thing to me is sustaining above yesterday's high on the true gap up. You monitor the open. If we can't sustain above the open, then you look for the back test of yesterday's high. If we open, we just fire higher directly, then obviously there's not much to do, but look for a retest of your overnight high and your levels above there. So I think, ultimately, I'm looking around 6350s for a pause. I mean, I'd be happy if we took out a prior day low, like sometime ever on ES, because again, like that doesn't even have to be bearish. You saw what happened with NQ. Tuesday took out both Monday and Friday's low, and it set up an amazing banger of a trade for the next day. So sometimes going lower is very, very bullish or can be very, very bullish. So it would be nice to loosen up ranges a little bit on that. And ES has not done that. And RTY just looks terrible, this 30-minute candle. So it'll be interesting to see how breadth performs in this situation.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. RTY does not like high interest rates. They like low interest rates.
Yeah, we've talked about that. It kind of likes Goldilocks. That's about it, right? If growth is too low, it performs poorly. And if rates are too high, it performs poorly. So, I mean, what do what are you going to do when the market's uncertain? I guess you got to bid the cues, right? We talked about that yesterday with like, when the market doesn't know what to do, just bid the cues, right? So we'll see if that happens today. But on a half day, is it really going to break range from this week? Like maybe not. Maybe it just stays and consolidates here, and then you got to ask yourself what ES is doing up at new highs. So based on YM, so it'll be hard to break away from this range. I think I don't see any reason why YM or NQ should break higher on a day like today. So it could just end up being gross.
Yeah, we'll find out. And we'll see, and maybe we'll learn what really separates us from the apes. You never know.
Can't beat them, join them, buddy.
There you go. In any event, listen, man, great talking to you this morning. Have a great long weekend. Hopefully you're going to feel 100% better after all of the COVID stuff.
Appreciate that. You have a good weekend as well, Jimmy.
All right, all right. See you next week. We have Tanya Trades in the studio, in her studio. We're remote right now. How are you?
I'm great. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Looking forward to the long weekend. Get to see mom and dad Cags. Haven't seen them in a few weeks, so I'm looking forward to that. How about you?
Oh, lovely. That's how you're going to be spending your 4th of July? Are you going to stay in South Carolina?
Well, they're in Charlotte, so it's about a 3.5 hour car ride. It's not very far, so it's easy for me to get there, and I'll hang out with them. My brother's got a lake house, with all the toys, the boat, the jet skis, you know, the bag game, all that stuff. So it'll be a typical American family 4th of July for me.
That's awesome. Do you guys get fireworks at all?
Funny you should mention that, because I would normally buy them here. It's a lot cheaper. Bring them up to the lake. Um, but I was talking to my wife. I was like, should we do this year? I mean, because a lot of the little kids are not little kids anymore. You know what I mean? We're all adults now because I'm older. And she's like, yeah, probably not. So I don't think there'll be a fireworks show on the lake. Some dude always goes crazy and just lights it up.
Oh, okay, awesome. Yeah. Well, the fireworks are some adult toys. It doesn't have to be just for kids, I guess. I
I
mean,
know.
New York always lights up like crazy too. My 4th of July plans are I'm actually going to go to a wedding out on Long Island. So I'm going to be driving there tonight, actually, just in deep Long Island. And yeah, it's going to be fun. Yeah, I've never been to a wedding on the 4th of July, so I'm sure that's going to be crazy.
Yeah, that's interesting. Oh, that'll be fun. I'm sure you have a great time.
Yeah.
Anyway, so today, are your hands off the mouse today?
That's a good point. Yeah, I'm just looking at the daily, honestly. Um, we had that retracement like Pharm talked about, like of NASDAQ when it took out some prior days
Yeah.
lows, and yesterday was probably like one of the easier trades of the week for me, where yeah, we just aimed for those equal highs on NASDAQ. And it's kind of remarkable how much further extended ES is. And like ES hasn't taken out a prior day's low, like Pharm has mentioned, in a long time, actually, since the 23rd of June. Wow. Um, so ES is definitely a lot stronger. NASDAQ, it just took out the previous, like this week's high from the 30th, while ES is way above. Like ES has just been making pretty much new weekly highs. I mean, yesterday and now today, and it's way above it. We just had non-farm payroll that just took out that high on NASDAQ. I mean, I need to see if I'm interested in like what's happening here exactly at this 4 hour. I think at 10 a.m. is going to be a better clue. Um, Especially if ES doesn't close above like the previous 4 hour high. Then maybe I'd look for a retracement for shorts for NASDAQ and ES back to like 50% of the range if it can't hold those highs. So for ES, I mean, it could retrace like the first easy target would probably be like 62.70. But then I'd probably look for 62, 63, 62, 63.75. But honestly, I think I talked about it yesterday with Delhi. I was like, I'm done with ES for the time being because it's just so not correlated. It's just creeping up. So I mean, I took the longs yesterday on NASDAQ. And I'd probably take the shorts on NASDAQ today also, since it is the weaker sister. And it's pretty much paused right there at the 935 levels. Can't hold that level. I would look for a retracement. Probably to here 62,769s is possible. The first target would be the
So
easy.
would you, Tanya, would you consider getting short to get to there, or would you consider waiting for the retracement and getting long?
The faster trade would probably be shorts, honestly, because I'm just thinking about timing, like
Yeah.
timing wise. I mean on NFP, my favorite kind of trade is kind of like a 10 a.m. reversal. So essentially, at 10 a.m., this 4-hour candle will close, and I'll get a better idea. Um, if I'm thinking about like just ranges in general and how much time we have in the day, I think the day ends at 1 p.m. today, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
If by the time we kind of retrace down to here and then looking for longs, it might not happen today. So yeah, I think that would be my thought process. Otherwise, if we kind of just keep going up higher from here, or we retrace just a little bit, I mean, I can't really get long without so much risk being there with that gap up, right? Because it's like I said, it's totally possible. I can't really get long here at the 880s, and have a stop here at the 832s if this is potential just trend line liquidity, and we haven't really retraced too much yet. So I'd probably just be hands off the mouse then. I mean, I think where are we up right now in NASDAQ? We are up 0.3. Oh, it's not even too much, honestly. We're up 0.33% and 0.25, 0.17 on YM.
Yeah.
Huh. Honestly, yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'd look for if it's like super strong reaction in this area from the probably 22,880s, but I don't really anticipate it to happen. I mean, for me to get long, I would have to see a divergence there maybe from that pre-market low or something like that. If maybe the shorts happen like really quickly, and let's say ES takes out 62.70, 250 and NASDAQ doesn't yet, or something like that. Maybe I'd look for longs then if there was a stark reaction and we were heading back up towards that that high for NASDAQ, since the argument can be made that those are relatively equal highs at the 930 area, and it'll just come back and stop out people that are too early on the shorts. So for the shorts, honestly though, I'd want to see, let's see. Yeah, I'd like to see us like fail that level on it. Let's see on the 5. Yeah, I would need to see a closure below like the 865 level for me to join in on the shorts. Essentially. Yeah, if we close below the 867s on NASDAQ, and like if ES also is looking weaker, then I think I'd probably look for NASDAQ shorts down to 773 level for this like move down the top of it, and that's around 50% of the range. That being said, honestly though, we've just been like staircasing up, so like you said, the easier trades are the longs. Like yesterday, the trade was pretty easy. So if I don't see anything that's like super easy, I'm probably just not gonna trade it today, since it's like a shorter day, day before holiday. It's like I'm not trying to push the button, put too much risk on today. However, I think the day before like Memorial Day was a pretty big day, so it's not
Yeah.
totally out of the question. That's why I'm still showing up to the charts today, and we'll give it a look. Essentially, I would need to see it at what happens at this 4-hour candle closure, um, and see how we react at these highs. Yeah.
Yeah, today's a little unique in that, all right, first of all, it's like an early close, right? Most of the markets are closing at 1 o'clock East Coast time. And then though, I think really what makes it unique is all this economic data hit the street today. So, and there's more to
Yeah.
come, I think. I think we have some more, Tracy outlined some more data that's coming out. And it's like it's just a weird kind of a unique thing to happen right before the 4th of July. I'm sure it's happened before, but it's just kind of, you got that, you got all this stuff happening on Capitol Hill. You've got tariff deadline coming up quick and fast.
Mhm.
So it makes today it's not other than the obvious, right? Higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, and the S&Ps every single day. You have all this kind of in the background, and I get this ominous feeling. I'm a little worried, but I don't know. Maybe I'm being paranoid.
I mean, you have a good point that today there's 10 a.m. red folder news. So, I mean, that would,
Yeah.
I would pretty much just look to see if that's like the start of the reversal. If not, then I probably, if like hands off the mouse, if there's like no volatility injected at 10 a.m., then it's probably not worth it for me. And then, as you said with the tariff talks, it's kind of funny you mention it. It's like yesterday after I got my finished off with the longs on Nasdaq, and then I was like, okay, maybe that there is some more there when it was just staircasing up on the 30-second, and I basically just took like this really like tight trade
Yeah.
of like maybe like a 10-point stop or something like that, and it was a really good RR looking for um the next swing high. And then I just was trailing it really aggressively on the 30-second because I knew that I was just longing in a premium essentially. And
Yeah.
it was after, I took profit already for my first target was hit and we just kept going. So then I was trailing aggressively and it was working out well. And I basically had my stop at break even. And then there was a headline that came out about like the terrorists of Vietnam.
Yeah.
And that I think it was during Kane's stream yesterday. I think it was that dropped like the Nasdaq like 30 points in a minute. Um or less than a minute. It was like 30 seconds. And then
Yeah.
that stopped me out of break even. And essentially I was like, okay, well, I think that that trade earlier was like testing the waters, and now it's like, okay, yeah, it's showing you the waters aren't really too safe out there. So make sure you're not really chasing. If you are taking like a long setup that you might feel is kind of like in a premium or you might be chasing a bit, then make sure you're keeping your stops tight so that you can re-enter if it does give you that retracement that you wanted initially. Um, so yeah, I don't want to be really chasing because it's just showing that this market still is providing opportunities and providing retracements. You just have to wait around for them a little bit more. Um, and
Yeah.
those are the best setups. You just can't be like going in without the confirmation for your setup too much because you'll still get burned. Like we'll still get these like I mean crazy wicks on the Nasdaq. Like I don't know, like this day was crazy. So I mean it's gonna be an interesting day. I think trading boxes he has a day ahead of him. Yeah, Chris has got a day ahead of
Yeah.
him.
Yeah.
We'll see what ends up happening. I'm trying not to go for too much of an extension of a range because for me, I think NFP is not typically like a trendy type of day, which is why I'm kind of leaning
Mhm.
more bearish and looking for a potential reversal. And if it's not there, then it's not there. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think you're the one who said winning is in the patience or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. And like if you miss a trade, then there's always another bus. Like essentially like
Yeah.
always another trade coming. Like never don't be like chasing moves and like feeling FOMO or anything like that. If the move kind of happens without you, like the market's here to stay. The market's open again next
Yeah.
week, you know?
No, that's a good point. I was a commodity broker for 2 decades, and in the old days it took a little bit more work to open an account, right? You submit your
Mhm.
application, and then it'd be reviewed by somebody, and then you would get an account number, and then you could send money. And every once in a while, you'd get that one customer who's like, "Is my application approved yet? Hurry up! I don't want to miss this trade. you're costing me money if I can't get in this trade today. You got to hurry up. And I'm like, okay,
Oh man, that's hilarious. Oh
flag
my
on the field.
gosh. I mean, also like I mean, just a few years ago, back in the day, but like trades used to cost like $10, so you had to be really ch more choosy with your trades, honestly.
Yeah, but that was way, way, way back. It's been pretty discount for a long period of time, but
Yeah.
yeah. Anyway, awesome. It was awesome seeing you today, right before a holiday.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Have a great holiday.
You too. I appreciate you coming in. And by the way, you mentioned Chris. Chris is up next, but I do want to let you know and see if you agree. There's very few people that could challenge Deli in the hair department, but I think Chris could do it.
Oh, I think so.
Y- y-
Maybe even Kane, if when he's not wearing his hat.
Yeah, Kane keeps it covered up, but Chris is, I mean, he's just, we're talking handsome all around, but we got the hair with this dude, man. It's awesome.
Well,
I'm
good luck,
jealous.
good trading, everybody.
Thanks, Tanya. All right, we'll see you next week. Everybody, hit that thumbs up button for Tanya Trades. And as advertised, coming up next, we have Christian from Trading Boxes going to look for some live trades. Dude, look at that hair. It's fabulous.
Hey Jim, how's it going?
Pretty good. How have you been? How's your week gone so far?
It's great. Market's kicking butt. We're going higher. I swing trade as well, and those names are doing well. It's the same repeatable process for me. I just continue to align with that on a weekly basis.
Yeah, so with your method, do you like this kind of like continual day after day grind up, or is it better for you if we have some kind of volatility on the downside intraday?
I like both, honestly. The uptrend that we've experienced, it's I feel like if anybody can just adapt to the environment, look, what do we typically see in an uptrend? We see a weak open, we see that daily candle wick at the lows, and then an expansionary move. It may not be big, right? We're in the summer, we are don't have a lot of volatility, so it might just be a short candle or a small candle. But if over time history tells you that uh, weakness gets bought in an uptrend and then we close at highs, why would I not adapt and create a strategy to allow me to do that over time? So I love these markets. I can put on NQ swing on top of my day trades. I can put swings in stocks. So to me, it's just a great environment.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. It looks like you already have something cooking in the MNQ right now. Walk us through it.
Yeah, so we were breaking out this NFP print caused us to break out of this overnight consolidation. I'll go over that in the plan. But the idea here was on a back test or retest of that breakout, which we did here. If we can get a bullish reversal out of here that I like to participate in. I got long. I did take half off at 1.5R already. And, like Tanya brought up, NFP days can be range bound. So I might get stopped out on this and maybe look for another trade. But if not, hopefully I can just stay in this as this sort of figures itself out and move sideways. And then eventually maybe we see a little bit of a continuation higher into the remaining of the day to continue this bullish environment.
Yeah. So it's a half a day today. Is your mindset approaching it any differently or no?
Yeah, it is. It's low volume. Every time I say something on Twitter or with my group, I say, hey, expect sideways to higher, right? This is the environment, this low VIX uptrend. Institutions are invested. What's going on here? Well, it's a sideways to higher market, especially the week before 4th of July. NASDAQ did see a pullback on Monday, but I'm sure these markets already from looking at them for so many years. Sideways to market, it's just what's taking place is rotation across the markets. We rotated out of software into financials, home builders, cyclicals. So what downtrend can we really experience if we're just seeing a rotation in flows from one sector to another? That creates a sideways to higher environment. So that's what I picture in my head. That's what we see. History confirms that. So I look to align with that.
Yeah, I mean it's an index, right? We have a whole diversified portfolio of opportunity within those 500 stocks or the 100 and the NASI.
Yeah, it's just rotation is it's what keeps the bull market alive.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're certainly seeing it. I mean, it's just amazing that the S&P now we're only up a little over 5% on the year, calendar year, but as Pharm pointed out, from the lows that we saw was it April or whatever, we're up 25%. So it's been quite a run, and lately we're just seeing higher highs, higher lows, higher highs, higher lows in the SPOs just every single day.
Yeah. So align with that, right? That's all we can say. If we are to really, for a lot of people who are out there trying to make it and trying to become consistent, why not let the market do the heavy lifting for you? Align with that, find consistency in alignment with the trend in order to really create that life that you want for yourself and your families.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, all right. Well, Chris, I wish you the best trading this morning. I'm going to go over to the chat. I'm going to be taking notes. Appreciate your wisdom and being with us, especially the day before a long weekend. Let me ask you, do you have big plans after this?
No, I was thinking on going to Sequoia, the national park up here in California. But I think we're just gonna do the beach, take my dog out, and then just hang out with the family.
Got it. Yeah, that was on our, that came in second place this year with for me and my son who lives in Tucson, Arizona. And every year we go somewhere.
Hmm.
And one of the plans was to drive up and end up at Sequoia and hike around and maybe spend some time in that part of California. It came in
Yeah.
second place. We're going back to Italy and Sicily this year.
Oh wow. I way better, no?
I don't know if it's better. It's different for sure.
Yeah.
It's my happy place, right? So, you have a happy place probably somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When
Anyway.
is that gonna take later in the year?
September. Yeah, you got to
September.
kind of wait for the crowd. The summer crowd. Europe takes August off, and so what happens is you kind of get like a lot of the local businesses close, but yet you get a lot of European tourists going to places in Europe. So it's real crowded, it's real hot. So it's always better in my experience. Always been better September, October, less crowd. It's back. Everyone's back to work. So
Yeah. Oh,
anyway.
well, I'll make a note of that. Whenever I go up there, September will be best.
Yeah, yeah. July and August, man. It's unless you love the heat, maybe not. Because you do a lot of walking, right? You're walking around, you're looking at
Yeah.
things, and you're in a parade of people. So uh, cooler weather's a little better for that.
Yeah. Cool.
Anyway,
I'll make a note of that.
all right, man. Well, good luck this morning, and I'll be taking notes, and I'll be in the chat. Thanks, man.
All right, Jim. You enjoy your 4th of July.
All
All
right,
right. With your
thanks.
family. Take care. All right, guys and gals. Let's go over the trade plan before the market opens here. We have 8 minutes. So here's the 4-hour time frame for both ES and NQ. Notice that yesterday it resulted in a breakout of this consolidation in ES. So just like I always share, when we get those breakouts, what do we create? We create a higher high, higher low structure. Why? That is how the market moves, right? That is the internal trend structure of what we all know as market structure. It creates a higher high, higher high sequence because everything in life does that, right? It's contraction, expansion. It just, our bodies need a rest. We go to sleep at night, we contract, we wake up, expand, right? It's just everything in life is that. So price, in order to see this breakout hold on the 4-hour, you want to see a pullback into the 9MA or back to that 6260s, hold, and then continue higher. Well, guess what? We did that. We corrected sideways overnight. The NFP print put us a little bit higher. No RSI divergence on the 4-hour, so that's good to see. Just to keep something in the back of your head to say, okay, can this trend continue? Now, for NQ, it did see a little bit of weakness on Monday. Was that Monday or Tuesday? Tuesday. So instead, the structure that it started to form was a 50 EMA wedge. However, into that bounce where we typically get something like this, say swing low, lower high, higher low, and then breakout. Instead of that, we saw a correction through time here overnight. We found acceptance into what would have been the lower high, and we have broken out higher, similar to ES. It did create a 9 MA higher low here. So as long as, my idea in the pre-market was, as long as that 9 MA higher low can hold, we can push up into the 950, 980 area, and then potentially find some resistance. And maybe, it's a choppy day after that. So in the hourly, while we let this trade cook, on the hourly, what did that overnight consolidation look like? Well, if you guys have tuned in for a while, you can hear me say that a larger time frame 9 MA consolidation, aka a consolidation into a rising 9 MA, is a lower time frame or an internal hourly 50 EMA wedge. It's a consolidation when we let me check the time. We're good. A consolidation when the prior 9 MA uptrend ends, the 9 MA gets flat, we get a sideways contraction, and we get that wedge. So similar to that 4-hour structure, the internal structure is the same. We corrected overnight. We created that wedge structure. The NFP broke us out. So scenario one is always have to be, can we create a higher high, higher low structure, confirm that the breakout is valid, buyers show up on that potential pullback, and then take us higher. That was scenario one. We kind of did that in a one candle retracement. So on this NFP print, you can see that we did go higher, and then we pulled back in that same hourly candle and then pushed up higher. So that was my trade idea and why I got long NQ, because technically we did get that retracement, right? So scenario one, where I look to focus on my highest probability trade ideas, right? How I frame my trades was, can we back test the breakout, hold, and bounce back up into the 62.93? And if it's going to be choppy, we can reject and consolidate. If let's see how this is doing. Good. If we can find acceptance into 62.93 in ES, we can shop around a little bit up here and then break out higher into 63.05, maybe 63.18. I think that may be a little bit of a high push for the kind of day that we're expecting. If we fail to break out, we can always push down to London lows. Price will typically traverse back to the opposite side of the other range, and we can revisit London's low, 62.68 zone, which we had this prior swing high. So that can act as support this time around. Look for a reversal there or see some buyers step in. If not, we form acceptance and really back test the tightest part of this contraction and possibly bounce. For NQ, a little bit of the same. You can see that this is a perfect example of acceptance, actually, because in the prior structure here, we had a small consolidation here. We broke out higher, back tested it, some chop, higher acceptance here where we were failing to bounce from here, and that led to a breakdown. So guess what happened when we recuperated that zone? We were consolidating. This is acceptance, broke out, came back, back tested it, continued to show acceptance, right? Meaning this consolidation failed to produce a move lower. Buyers showed up from down here. They showed up here and they did not let sellers push price back down, right? That is acceptance. That is what you want to see in an uptrend structure. And so that acceptance creates a 50 EMA wedge, which is what we had here. You have your swing low, your swing high, and your wedge contraction, right? That has broken out to new highs. We are starting a new hourly 9 EMA uptrend. And can any pullback into the breakout hold? We did experience that. Look, I'll show you on the 15-minute. You can see this, then the second layer of an internal structure, higher high, higher low, higher high, right? So the trade idea that I took was on that. You can see that my idea here for the group that I shared with at Paradigm was, hey, a bullish 9 MA reversal, which is our entry model that we use to help us participate in reversals away from either a back test into a breakout or a move into support. We got that. It triggered. I took the long. It's close half at 1.5 R, and then I'm going to let the rest run because a sideways to higher market is what typically takes place on a day like this. Then if we can push up into the 980 area, I'll look to take more off into that push. That can act as resistance. We can reject. If we can form acceptance up there, we have a minute till the open. We can push up higher. Fail the breakout. We revisit the London's low, the 80-20 area where we can find buyers again and bounce until we confirm acceptance once again and then break lower to the next area of support. Until that happens, can we just correct through time here in the slow VIX, low choppy structure and then break out higher? Sure. And all we can do is wait for price to confirm what it wants to do, right? We can't really get ahead of it, let our ego or opinions or bias gets in the way and say, oh no, we're too high, I'm going to short it. It's really not the best thing to do. So let's see how the open goes. Let's see if we can get a spike at the open. If not, price will probably come back down. Oh, a little bit of a spike. Let's see if it can hold and take me out here at 4R. I'll bring it down a bit and I'll do 3.5R. See if it can take me out. All right, beautiful. So I'm out a quarter at 3.5R. And now the rest I will set for, I don't know, I'll just wait and see how, what I'll do is I'll put it to, this is 6R, maybe 7R, 8R. I'll just do 2350. And I'll just let this run, right? That might mean that this is my day. So I can be education Chris, right? I can be teacher Chris, where I'm your coach and I go over questions and discuss structures and answer whatever you guys throw at me. But this is my A+ setup, right? We back tested the breakout. We triggered the 9-minute reversal setup that I've created for myself and the group, and we just showed up and executed. Right? So there's really not much for me to do other than just sit in this. Am I going to move to break even? I get that asked a lot. Maybe I should now if it's getting to 5R. But I mean, there's really not much for me to do here. We have moved high enough. This is what I'll do. I will take this off. No, I don't want that. Then I will do 2 at 6R, a little bit more than 6R. And then 1 up here at this 5-minute zone. I don't know if we'll get there. We are coming into the resistance, but if we do, great. If not, I will, you know what, I'll move my stop to break even here just because we're far enough. I'll do a little bit, a few points higher. But that's my trade. That's as best as it could get. Let's see what the rest of the market is doing. I have to check on my swings. You guys know that. I'll answer some questions in a sec. Let me just check in on things over here. Amazon, beautiful. Bitcoin just broke out, guys. Ooh, software is gapping up pretty big. Oh, can Uber finally break out? Nice bounce in Meta. Growth names taking a breather. All right, let's go over some questions here. Hey, Larry. Hey, 2020. Faina, good to see you. Larry says he'll stick to the rivers and the lakes. Oh, today or for 4th of July. Faina, always good to see you. Market since financial crisis is simply insane. Look, my motto is if we're going up, I need to be in it, right? Regardless of how I feel. Creating and solidifying the economy for my family is more important than my thoughts on the market, right? I need to secure that for them and myself. Hey, Med, good to see you. John, it's good. Hey, Mark, thank you. I try to keep my tech analysis very simple and straightforward. Med, I main. Thanks for the compliment. Hey, JD. Philip, my stop is at break even, just for you. Beautiful stuff, narration and market agnostic. Thanks, HK. JD, reach out to me on X or Twitter and I can share more about the group. Paolo says, I missed the breakout because of confusion with the economic calendar. Share more on that. What was confusing? Price consolidated overnight and then we broke out. So from a price structure perspective, really straightforward, can we create that higher high, higher low structure and now higher high? We did that. So, hopefully over time, watching these videos, watching everybody on Ninja can help you align with the trend a little bit better and it becomes easier. Hey, trader, can you go into detail of your entry? I think I just did, no, when I went over the plan, or maybe ask that question again. Hey, Star. How do I get that fib? This is a risk and reward tool that I was able to create with Ninja. You can reach out to them. They'll share it for you. Great tool. What is the time frame charting you recommend to use for market structure shift? All of them. I look at every time frame. Well, not every. I don't look at a 45-minute. I don't look at a what? At a 6-hour. I look at the weekly, at the daily, at the 4-hour, at the hourly, at the 15, and at the 5-minute, and I execute on the 2-minute. And I do that because it allows me, multi-time frame analysis and understanding of that dynamic structure allows me to align with the market better. It may sound like a lot, but really it's not. Hey, Brian, good to see you. Room 550. Hey, Christopher. Hey, Chris, love your insights. Calm and collected attitude. I get most days greens, but quite regularly I trade too much until the day is red. How do you know when enough is enough? Look at your statistics. If you're saying you get most days green, is that in the first 2 hours? And then you trade too much until the day is red? That's telling me that you're trading in the beginning in the open, maybe the first 2 hours is green. If over time your data tells you that 60, 70, 80% of the time of your trades are green in that timeline or in that time frame, why do you need to trade outside of that? If you know how to show up and execute in those first 2 hours, your job is done, right? That is your shift. Until you can truly master consistency, you're an employee of the data around your trading, right? You're not the boss. You can't command things around the data. Like, what is the data telling you? Because you're an employee of that. If it says I make $200 every single day in the first 2 hours. Why do you need to trade anything outside of that? What you should focus on is the strength in that 2 hours. There's something in those 2 hours that are helping you execute and do really well. So, why not get really good in those first 2 hours where that 200 becomes 600 every day? And now you're making whatever that is a week, a month, etc. Right? Would I not want to do that if I can scale from 200 to $1,000 over a year? You see, that's where the magic happens. And understanding that data, diving into it, iterating, and getting better at that, right? Trading success is nothing more than being stuck in the right feedback loop. So as you go through these iterations, you enter that feedback loop, and you get better little by little because you see what parameters you have to change over and over again. Okay, hopefully that helps. Jim, hello. So many with their feelings. Floki, yeah, it's natural though, so you can't really, um, it's something that we have to work on. All right, but let's get those likes up, guys. We are 580 here watching, 47 likes. Come on. Help us out. Help out the crew. Help out everybody who's, like it up, subscribe, ring that bell, hug your neighbor, right? Eat well, eat healthy, right? We have to be grateful that we can show up and do this every day. So you got to work on, keep your health as a priority just as much as this in order to be able to do this 10 years from now. Take it from somebody with 2 kidney transplants, okay? Without your health, you're only, when your health is not there, you're only wishing for one thing. And take that from me. Philip, thank you. What is something that I have unlearned this year to has improved my trading? Ignore the noise. Ignore the data. Economic data, sorry. Because look, we have to understand that anything that happens in the economy, anything that happens in the world, what's going to take place? The important people are going to meet in a room behind closed doors, and they're going to make decisions. Those decisions will then be shown on the tape here. If institutions are going to sell or if institutions are going to buy based on something that they know, what are we going to see here? Well, we're either going to see an uptrend or a downtrend. So if we wait and follow price and look at price, is price not the only thing that we then need to look at in order to have a seat at that table? Right? So that's what I mean by ignoring all of that. Price is the most factual thing you can consider. Mark, good to hear. You always watch the stream a few times. John, thank you for that. I hope what I share is valuable and can help all of you guys. How will I try to join longs now? Well, if I was not in this trade, I would be looking for a wedge here because why? If you guys remember, a wedge structure means acceptance of resistance. Can we consolidate the move into this area of resistance, hold any potential rejection, contract, and then break out higher? So that wedge, which is what you guys see me take in directional trades, right? I took it last week at resistance when we form acceptance. If we can do that, then price can continue higher and break out, right? But we need that sort of contraction here to take place now to tell us, hey, can we continue higher or break lower? A little intelligence and less emotion pays over time. Yeah, look, I say this a lot. I have to dumb myself low enough to be able to just follow the trend, right? We may be so intelligent in our works, in our area of focus outside of this, where we excel through our intelligence, our knowledge, our wisdom in how we apply ourselves. We bring that over to here, but we're now too smart for the market, right? So, you can call me a trend follower all you want. I know we hated that when we were younger, but in following trends is how I can make money. So my job is to think less and just find a way to enter in an uptrend, find a way to get short in a downtrend. Paolo, Chris, you are the best at teaching. Thank you. I've learned a lot. Anybody can be a good teacher only because they have failed more than you, right? We have seen more scenarios that have created some revelations, created some pain, some discomfort, where we say, hey, I don't want to do that again, right? I don't want to shorten uptrend again because I'm losing too much money. When now I'm showing up here and telling you, hey, don't shorten uptrend. And you see me buy a pullback in an uptrend. Why? Because I lost too much money when I started shorting an uptrend, thinking we are too high, right? So you want to make sure that, I don't want to get into a tangent, but thank you for that comment. It's just I've just have had more pain over time that has turned into wisdom. But look, you have to be thankful for that, right? You have to be thankful for those periods where, for example, my health, I have to be thankful for kidney failure, as difficult as that may sound, because without that, I would not be the person who I am today. I would not have the drive, the discipline, the resilience I have today, because I didn't go through that challenging period, right? That trauma. So you have to be thankful for the bad as much as you are for the good, or else you will not know how strong you are today, and the person who you become, right? So I'm only the trader I am and the trader I'm becoming because of how much I've lost, those sleepless nights where I wanted this to work so bad, right? I think I told you guys I took a 1 month absence of leave at the restaurant I was working at when I was 20, thinking that if I did not make any money, no income, I could force myself, like a brutally force myself to make money in the markets. Right. I felt like I needed pain because all of my life I felt pain for my health. So I felt like if I feel pain for this, I will stop messing around and really commit to this. For me, it worked. So it worked. But I'm not gonna go into that. Guys, like it up. 47 likes. What is this? I know you guys are all watching. You're hearing me, right? You're hearing me whisper sweet nothings in your ear. So hear me say this, like the stream. uh, oh, you see 199 likes? Why do I see 47? Let me reload this. Okay, there. I refreshed. 223. My bad. My bad. Hear me out. I saw something else. Okay, my bad. If we can get Bitcoin on breakout, that would be massive. Tracy, good to see you. 235 out of 500. That's a good ratio, 50%. If we can get that to like 70, that would be amazing. Omid, good to see you on here. Is Uber finally breaking out? Oh, it's close. Hi, Chris, me here. Welcome. Wanted to ask what your emails are using. What criteria do you look at from them? I am using the 9MA, 9SMA, the 20 in green EMA, the 50 in red EMA. So The 9 MA is what creates the trend structure. The 20 and 50 EMA cloud that you see here in green is what provides support on pullback. So I know we're sort of still in some sort of bullish uptrend as long as the 20 and the 50 EMA hold. So I just have to let the trade run as long as the 20/50 EMA hold. Alan, thank you for that comment on explaining things well. David, Chris, how do you go about creating an entry model when you know the higher time frame is up and my entries are off and my location? Well, you're asking like 3 questions in one. You're asking how can I create an entry model? Your entry is off and your location is off. So what I would suggest is go back in time and understand support and resistance, understand how a pullback looks, like literally create a library of different pullbacks. What does it pull back into? What moving average? What area does it, on the chart does it pull back into? Maybe, this is when the hourly, oh man, ES is moving. Financials are rocking or what? Yeah, financials new highs. And rotation is what I'm telling you guys. Rotation. So let me finish answering this question. But look, now we're getting that wedge structure. Okay, so can we continue to consolidate here in NQ? Maybe come back down once again, create a higher low, and then get ready to break out higher? If so, this might have more legs. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move my other here, which is probably like, let's see, that's 4R, 5R, 6R, 7R, probably like 7R. But at this point, my trade is done, right? Like I did what I have to do. I got to look at my swings, but let me answer this question. How do I go about creating? Okay, so first question, how do I go about creating an entry model? Well, an edge is nothing more but a repeatable and consistent process that allows you to have a positive expectancy over time, okay? That process is made up of parameters or requirements. Those parameters are an entry, a stop, a exit, position sizing, right? Okay, so we're breaking out of this wedge. Let's go over that. We didn't quite exactly come back down, but you can see how, my earlier comment was, can we create a wedge up here to prove or confirm acceptance that we are not rejecting away from this resistance area? If so, that can set up the move higher. So it looks like we're getting that. So now from here, you're either long here, right? And now you want to see a higher high, higher low, higher high structure take place in order to take you higher. So now our main focus is that can we create that higher high, higher low structure here and go higher? Oh yeah, beautiful. IBIT is moving. I gotta check some things, guys. One second, I'll go back to that question. I gotta check on my swings for some things. One second, ladies and gents. Hopefully Uber can break out now. So we're just waiting here to see if this higher high, higher low structure takes place, all right? That's what I'm watching, but I gotta keep an eye on these other names here. Apple, we got that breakout in Apple, guys, when it broke out. Beautiful, right? MSTR, Bitcoin. Okay, got a pretty good position in there. All right, so let's go back to entering. Okay, so you have the parameters are entry, stop, exit, position sizing, how you position that trade. Um, Filter, what do I mean by filter? Meaning, what is something on the chart that can help you understand when we're in an uptrend and when we're in an 8-day downtrend, okay? So, for example, like we can say that whenever the market as a whole is is above the 200 daily moving average, we're in a bull market, right? When we're below that 200 daily moving average, we're in a bear market. So you need some sort of trend filter to help you understand when we're bullish above it, bearish below it. So moving averages are that for me, but also these zones. If we're above the 820s, 830 zones in NQ, I know that we are holding support and we can look for that next 980 zone, right? So we're seeing that. So if we're above these support areas, above rising moving averages, I want to be focused on buying things, right? So that's how you create an entry model. You have to identify all of these things to help you put together, like, what is an entry? Well, what kind of strategy are you looking for? Are you looking to buy pullbacks? For example, my 9MA reversal strategy here is to buy a reclaim of the 9MA. I won't go into all the rules here, but I'm looking to participate in the reversal of the 9MA downtrend into a 9MA uptrend. Can that look like a break of the last lower high into the 9MA, right? So I need to identify the rules for that entry. Now, where's my stop going to be? Well, over 100 or 1,500, whatever number you want. I would say over 100 for sure. When you back test the stop, where does that stop make sense? For example, will my stop on this entry be best if I create it under the first higher low or at the lows here? Now you need to go back in time and say and check over 100, over 200 trades. Where can the stop fit best? Well, if price breaks out and comes back and goes below this last higher low and creates a deep higher low and then continues higher, maybe 50 out of 100 trades, you see that this initial stop gets taken out. But what happens? The low does not get taken out. So I have data there telling me that the best placement for my stop is going to be at the lows. So I've just created the stop parameter. Now my stop on all my trades, on reversal trades, is at the lows. Why? Because over time, the data told me that if I put my stop there, I will go through less stops when I enter a reversal trade. Okay, that's how you create an entry model or a model in general. Then you go into position sizing, and then you go into exits. How do you look to exit? Well, for me, I want to take half off at 1.5R. So I finance my trade. Not only that, if the rest of the trade gets stopped out, I still make money on this trade idea, even if the move to these prices did not manifest. Let's say I get 1.5R and I get stopped out on the rest. Well, guess what? Half got closed at 1.5R. The other half got closed at minus 0.5R. I make a net 0.5R on that trade. That's all I need, really, right? That will allow me to minimize my drawdowns. That will allow me to have less of an emotional imbalance in the trades that I take. And that will help me show up the next day and execute. Why? Because the last trade I took, I only was break even or I made a little bit of money. And I didn't get a loss, right? Because I financed my risk. So that's my exit parameter. And then I look to exit at the next zone, et cetera, et cetera. So you see how you have to go back in time and do this work to iterate, to say, where's my best stop placement? Where's my best exit placement? Where can I align with the higher time frame, right? real quickly, the other part of these parameters that are not discussed, this is the technical side. The fundamentals are yourself as a human being. Are you risk averse? Are you a high risk taker? What are your beliefs around the market? For example, if my belief is that the market will always go up over time, do you think I will be able to execute well on a bearish mean reversion strategy that looks to short the highs to a move back down? If my belief is that the market will always go up, don't you think there's going to be a disconnect between my belief and how I execute that system, even if it's a profitable system? Yes. If your belief is, if you're a little bit of a pessimist, sorry, but if you're sort of thinking that the world's going to go down and the market's going to go down, sure, there are periods where we do that. But if over 80% of the time we are in an uptrend, you're not going to be having much success in shorting an uptrend, right? All right, let's see if I can get stopped taken out on the rest at what would be like 7R. It wants it. Take me out. But it's fantastic trade here, right? A little bit of a rant this morning, but I hope it helps. Come on. Awesome. So I got more off at like 7, maybe 7.2R. I'll hold the rest here for up here. I need to look at some stocks. I'll answer your guys' questions in a bit. I just a lot's going on. But a great session. Hopefully we can all bank our points here. Let's see. All right, let me check on my names here. All right, here. I went a little bit on a rant on parameters, but it helped me, so I think it'll help you. What's the book you gifted the most? Awareness by Anthony DeMello changed my life. What's the best one you've read in 2024, 2025? I have, I'm a big reader. I have a lot of books. I stopped reading books because, to me, my view is that once you are really deep into sort of the career or the project that you're working on, all your focus needs to go into that. So my learning has been into system creation, parameters, increasing size, learning how to swing trade futures, right? Like NQ, I will swing for hundreds of points. And that's a learning process, right? You have to like work with your own emotional and risk tolerance to be able to stomach that and learn how to do that. So like that's what took over in learning for me. It's no longer different books, but it's like how to become better at what you're doing. Oh, thanks, Omid. So this will be, have one contract left. It's rant Gort. You got to be a little bit more happy, my friend. It makes no sense to not move your. That doesn't have to make sense for you, you know, Ben. It's the parameters that I create for my strategy. I don't know what to say. I don't care if this comes back down and gets stopped out. Why? Because I'm a trend follower. If I have the opportunity to capture a big move, I'm going to do that. I will enter a day trade and I will hold that for 3, 4, 5 days. Right? Like when we started the beginning of this breakout, like a week or 2 weeks ago, I rode this whole move as a swing. Right? So I kept my stop at break even. Right? So to me, I can say that like it doesn't make sense to not do that, to not give the opportunity to your account to make more money. Right? So thanks, Lawrence. Butters, news in 5 minutes. You're not the Butters I know, right, Andrew? Van Tharp changed my trading life. Room. Oh, I know you, Brian. Yeah, Dr. Van Tharp, read his books, guys. All of the books. Everybody's always asks, what book? All of them. Do you want to become consistent or not? Right? Read all his books. It it will help you systematize trading and it will help you create a system. Lawrence, I do not have a teaching channel. I have a private group where I coach and I share the strategy. I have a huge educational library. You can reach out to me on X or Twitter if you want to join and learn more about that. It's the best live trading on YouTube. Thanks, Morph. Hey, 2020, no worries. Talk soon. You know it, John. Dr. Van Tharp. That's the guy. Yeah, Super Trader, great book. Okay, Butters, thanks. Where can you learn more about the strategy? Message me on X or Twitter. Hey, Jose, I do remember you. Cool, no worries. We'll talk soon. Hey, Stowe. Thanks so much, my guy. Yeah, there's my X or Twitter there. Awesome. Sushi, Jim. Oh, that's a good comment, Hussein. Thanks, Keith. I gotta buy some swings though. Oh man, it would have been a great swing on my swing account too. I really don't want to get out of the trade, but I might get out if it takes me out here. This is probably I don't know, 9R. Equality, thank you. Brother, brilliant, straight to business. Do you hop on every day? No, I am here Thursdays. You can catch me talking my trade plan and trading it every Thursday. All right, looks like I'll be getting taken out here. All right, and my trade is done. Awesome, equality. Good to see that. You know, I'm a trend follower. I want to participate in trends. Hey, Jim. Hey, you were there when I was in this. Look, in an uptrend, you buy pullbacks into support and you ride it higher. Can I talk on the EMAs again? I have a 9 MA in yellow, a 20 EMA in green, red 50 EMA in red, 50 EMA in red. The 9 MA is the gauge of the trend. The 20 and 50 EMA cloud provides support when we get a pullback. And we it just those are the moving averages that I talk about that I so we'll love to see Bitcoin consolidate here, but we're getting that breakout. What time? Paul is asking what time did I get on that trade? I got in at 8:54 Eastern time. You wish I hop on every day. I cannot do that. I have to manage, and trade my accounts. So in when I stream, it's most futures focused, but since I do swing trade, I do need, that takes up a focus of mine. But typically what I like to do when we get these like bullish setups is I will put on this day trade long, and then I'll put along as well larger with minis, 3 minis on my swing account, and I'll ride this move same as the day trade account, but I will use this move in NQ to just ramp up the growth in my swing account. So this is a perfect setup like that I would take, but it's right. I will have to wait for the next one. Thanks, Tracy. Zero drawdown from that breakout. There was a little. I think I was down maybe like 5 points, but yeah, that's nothing in NQ. Look at that non-stop higher. I'm gonna mark where I closed my runners to see how it ends up in 30 minutes from now. You got in late today. What time? Oh, I read that answer. Chris, got another question for you. Do you use volume profile or volume nodes at all? I do not. I use these channels, these zones here. And you know what? What I have found is that a lot of the volume nodes align with these zones. And these are zones that took me years to identify, years to put together, and they're now it's an all-in-one, right? It's support and resistance, it's volume nodes, it's Fibonacci levels, whatever you want to, you use it. It's a algorithmic placement for this that I don't know how to explain it, but it aligns with all the other things that I look at. So I can just look at these zones and I'm there. Oh, I did not take this off. I didn't even know how to trade on. Chuck, good to see you here, my friend. All right, let's get those likes up, guys. We're at 250. Let's get to 300, yeah? So we can keep that 50% ratio. We're at 650 viewers now. So we can do 300. That'd be great, all right? This new listing, realtor/trader. This new listing, hi, Chris. Do you have time to show how to set up the 2050 EMA cloud to NinjaTrader? It's a indicator. It is this indicator here. You can reach out to Ninja. They can share it for you. Yeah, it aligns with fair value gaps. I mean, there's so many things that these zones align with. How do you get those green pink lines on my Ninja? Green pink lines. Did you say green pink lines? I don't know that I can't understand that question. How do you get these green pink lines? I don't know what that is. Yesterday I said walk away. Kane agreed. Both wrong. Should have gone long, then walked away. I let RK, I let my plan tell me what to do. I mean, it's a better trader than I am. Jose asked, how do you use your delta indicator? The delta indicator, I'm just looking for divergences at lows like RSI. If we can get a pullback into support and there's a delta divergence where there's, when you get a lower low in price into a support area, and then, stop it. And then RSI will have, for example, like a higher low, then you have a divergence, right? We all know that. So I look for delta divergence, RSI divergence into support for another of my reversal entries. It's just part of the parameters that I talk about. First time seeing this, are you doing it every day? I am not. I'm only here on Thursdays. But you can check out my X. It's posted up a little bit higher in the chat if you want to follow along for more. No YouTube. I have other plans for YouTube. Do you buy against the MA, EMA? I do not buy against. You mean buy into? Not against. Against would be like shorting against the EMA clouds. Do I wait for confirmation before going long? I wait for the entry rules that I have in my reversal setup. Like a bullish engulfing candle? No. Buying strength after a pullback? No. My entry is, look, if we are in a downtrend, okay? If we are in a downtrend, I want my entry to be at the break of the last lower high. Why? Because when we break that last lower high, we confirm the reversal of a uptrend, right? We had a series of lower lows, lower highs, and now we are starting on the reclaim of that last lower high. We're starting a series of higher highs, higher lows. So I want my entry to be at the break of that last lower high, because at the break, we start a new uptrend. I want to be right at the start of that. So my entry is that. I don't wait for confirmation. By the time you wait for confirmation, that may be 20, 30 points above your entry. For me, that would be 1R. Green plus pink lines. Where are the pink lines? Where are the green lines? Do you mean the 20 EMA? No worries. Oh, I mean, probably right. The 20 EMA is green, the 50 EMA is red. Those are moving averages, and there's a cloud in between in order to get that EMA cloud support area. Yeah, Jose, I think you're both right. How do I find support resistance level? That is way too, it'll take way too long to answer that. Larry says, watched your backstory this morning. What an inspiring story. Thanks, Larry. I've been through I've seen some things, right? I've experienced some things. Joke about it now, but it was a very painful period in my life. Do I live stream at all in my private group? I try and do once a day. I can't commit to that, and the guys and gals in the group know that because I am I'm just managing swings and I can't. So I told them, look, once a week I can do that on top of the Ninja stream, but I can't stream every day. I just I have a business and I have to have calls, meetings, etc. The business revolves trading, but I can't stream. What a moving crowd. Bitcoin. Hey, Golden Bricks. Thank you. I don't have a YouTube page. Celiac. Sounds like celiac disease. Celiac. I do not have a YouTube page. I will have one in the future, but it won't. It will not be on. It will have some trading in there, but it's I have other plans. When I live stream, if I possibly can, it's in a Discord. I have a private trading group where I coach traders around the world. So if you're interested in more information, you can message me on the X. All right. Any questions on trading? My trade is done here. You guys always typically see me hold a runner. I think at this point I was 8R. So to me, that's a good place to exit. Can you describe one or two lessons from awareness by DeMello that you apply as cash? I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about that one. Who would be setting up for a blow off top today? I don't know. How can we know that? It's the day before 4th of July. Maybe the fireworks will have a blow off top, but I don't know how we can sort of anticipate that. How do I take exits from trades? I let runners run because when we're in an uptrend, that's my job. How do I exit? I exit in a combination of these R multiples and then these zones. You know what I should have done? I should just let this runner run and then see what if we would have gotten, but it's all right. It was a good move. I'm gonna have to think about that, HK. Jose says, I heard right earlier you said you have other plans for YouTube. Do I mind sharing? I've been through so much in life that the reason I got into trading was obviously to make money because I couldn't hold a job, and my mom, my parents lost their jobs trying to take care of me. So the reason I got into trading was so I could make money, residual money, thinking that that was the answer. Obviously, there's nothing residual about this, but you know, uh, part of my overall life goals is to create a nonprofit to be able to help more people. Um, and so I have like this big thing that I'm going to be creating in the future, and YouTube will cover that, and trading will be a part of that life that I. So I don't want to just be on trading. It's trading is just a means to be able to do what I'm more passionate on. I love trading, my favorite thing in the world, but there's nothing I love more in trading than helping people. So can I make enough money in order to be able to help many, many more people? The YouTube will be on that. We're all trying to create this life that we want for ourselves and our family. That was 100 points away. Probably hit it. So yeah, that's my answer, Jose. It's like, how can I help people make more money in trading? How can I make more money myself? And then use that money to really help others in other ways, right? Through health, financial literacy. Like I used to do financial workshops here in LA because there's such a disconnect between finances and our lives, right? Financial literacy is so important. I worked for Medtronic back in the day. I wanted to help people with their health, and I realized that there was a bigger underlying issue. Sure, the health was affected, and we had health, they had health problems. I have health problems, but they had a lot of credit card debt. Not only credit card, but just debt in general because of all these expenses that come with having an illness, right? And having a better understanding of financials, the financial planning will help you manage that better, um, and be able to weather those storms better, right? Like my parents lost everything in 2008 when the economy went down because all the money they had went into keeping me alive when my kidney failed. How would my life be different if my parents had a 401k, an IRA, if they had life insurance, right, where we could take money out to help me, if we had savings, right? How would my life be different? But we didn't know any of that. Low income. And so we didn't have any of that help. We didn't know what 401ks, IRAs were. And so any little money that they had saved went away when they were trying to save my life. So how many other people are in those situations? How can we help other people in the future not go through those situations? So that's what trading is for me. It's a vehicle. It's a vehicle that will help me do that, right? Yeah, so that's what YouTube will be for. It'll be like 25% trading, but it's like yesterday I was speaking to my doctor at UCLA. I don't know if you guys know this, but I just found out this out as well. But they're working on a process to do a bone marrow transplant or stem cells from a donor to the recipient. So, like if my dad were to give me a kidney, they can also do a bone marrow transplant, the stem cells injected in me, so my immune system is sort of influenced by my dad's immune system to accept his kidney. And now they're 2 years in where the recipient doesn't need to take any anti-rejection medicine because of the transplant in the bone marrow. The body is accepting it as its own because of the influence from the stem cell transplant. And so that's huge, right? I take a lot of medicine. I've taken a lot of medicine since I was young. I will take it until the end of time, but that also damages me, right? Like I take medicine that needs to be controlled. The substance needs to be controlled in order to help keep me healthy. Imagine people with heart transplants, lung transplants in the future not needing to take this medicine. That's a great cost to help win. So things like that, you want to. Anyways, I want another rant. You know, the guys and gals in the group know that I go on rants. There's really not much else to do. We had our move here. Let's go back to trading. Any questions on trading? We have 30 minutes left. Great way to close out the week. I hope you guys made your points. I know the guys and gals in the group made their points. They were all in this trade. Is it a fib extension tool? You know, for TradingView, I did customize that. I did create a RR multiplier out of the fib extension. In here, it's a specific tool that was programmed. So sure, is it fib related? Sure, but it was like programmed differently. It wasn't just a customized fib tool. How long do your swings last? Usually, it depends on the trend. It depends on the trend that we have. A lot of names are slowing down now. Meta back down. Apple, beautiful, just non-stop since that breakout. Just beautiful move. Let's see what Uber is doing. Crowd back up to new all-time highs. Crowd wants to break out. I mean, Uber wants to break out here. Now, beautiful base. Attempted to break out now. If MSTR can pull back, that's a good one. Mark. We're at 285, guys. We need a little bit more for 300. Let's All right, how's everybody doing in the group? Looks like we're getting a little bit of a rejection here. Good to see that, John. All right. Any questions on trading? Any questions on the market? Any questions? Anything that you guys want me to go over? The trade is done. We had a beautiful move. 8R on that last runner. Maybe a little bit more. Let's see. So this is 7R, 8R, 9R. It's probably 9R on that last runner. Do you use multiple time frame VWAP analysis, month, quarter value? I don't even know what you're saying to me right now. How can you can use a multiple time frame VWAP? How does that work? You mean you're like you in the settings you have the VWAP show? Like if it's a VWAP on the hourly, you can be seen on the 5 minute. I thought the VWAP would just be at the start of whatever anchor point you put it at. No, if it's at the start of the week, you can see it on all time frames. Or what do you mean by multiple time frame VWAP? Prior month quarter value too. I do not look at that. I just simply look at trend structure. Malcolm says, oh, I see what you mean. Quarterly VWAP. Hey, Danny, thanks. Daniel, right now the market is crossing down the yellow EMA. When will be the moment to please short entry? So if I was bearish, right, if I was thinking, okay, we can go down, my trade on this short would be the 9MA, the last 9MA higher low, meaning we have higher high, higher low, second higher high, second higher low, third higher high, third higher low. Some of you guys may know that a trend, I go over this a lot, a trend ends into that second or third higher high, which it clearly did. We have corrected sideways since then, right? So when that last higher low fails, that is where I look to short here at 7:26. So I would say 10:26 Eastern time. Oh, that's not what I want. So the short on that idea would be the break here, your stop here, and that is your short idea. If I was bearish, and I would be looking to short. Why? Because the break of the last higher low is what's now starts from a higher high, higher low, higher high. It starts a lower low, lower high structure. If I was bearish, now, because we're in an uptrend and we're at all-time highs, the higher probable scenario is that this is a correction through time. Obviously, it could fail, but a correction through time would be a consolidation like this. And then it sets up a continuation higher, right? So if that happens, great. If not, it's just, I think at this point, it's just going to be choppy for the rest of the day. Ecosystem and Ninja don't pick up your trading boxes. What do you mean by that, Henrik? So HK, that's a good point. For me, look, it's the trends. Again, I have to come back to the trend. That sorts out the noise and allows me to track value. Either we're in an uptrend or a downtrend. If we're consolidating. But I have rules and parameters for each of those sequences, right? So I understand the value. I can see the value, but I have rules to say, okay, acceptance at resistance or support will either tell us that it's ready to break out or not. If not, then we're just going to revert back to the mean of that balance, right? Until price action tells us we're forming acceptance, then we can break out, then we can capture that move. Gore, it's yes and no. If my size is 10 times bigger than yours on a long only strategy, am I really missing anything? If I'm making a substantial amount of income, not really, right? So why, we don't have to also look for shorts if our long only strategy, the way we design it, makes a certain amount of revenue. Can you have a multi-strategy system where you can get long and short? Sure, I have that. And I'm able to participate in downtrends and uptrends, right? But we can't really say that a long only will allow us, will miss some best trading opportunities in the market. I mean, there's people out there trading with 7, 8 figures long only. You ask them what the best opportunity is putting more capital into the long only strategy, right? That's the best opportunity. It makes a certain amount. Henrik, the indicator add-ons, they will be on there. The likes are important because they help create awareness. They help create exposure by putting this out there on YouTube as maybe as a recommended channel, maybe as what's trending because of all these likes, right? And then people can have more exposure and we can help them become more consistent if they're looking to trade, right? So the likes are important. And it's a very minimal ask with the kind of lineup you have here week after week from an economic standpoint with Tracy and the guests she has on, from our fabulous host, Jim, to our amazing leader, Deli, to our producer, right? To our everybody in the producing background, everybody in media, allowing this, to be as efficient as possible. The likes are data set. It's a data set, and it's good to keep those likes up. Look, we're almost at. Yeah, see, there you go, Ninja. Likes are an engagement tool that helps push out our videos into the mysterious world that is the YouTube algorithm and lets us know that you like what we're creating here. See? Look, they said it. If there's not enough likes, there's not enough Chris. They said it, not me. So like it up. Let's get to 300 here shortly. Yeah, that too. Uh, Many ways to play jazz. Appreciate your thought process and how you develop and refine your edge. Most of all, inspired by your vision outside of trading. Thanks, HK. Thanks for sharing your morning with us here and everybody else. Thanks, Mike. You have a great holiday as well. All of you guys enjoy your 4th of July. Enjoy your Julio, everybody. Yeah, John, Carlos. Enjoy the time off. But look, don't forget to put in that work, all right, this weekend. Allocate some hours into getting better. The work's not done, all right? Second half of the year, like Kane said yesterday. Do the planning. Focus on the next 6 months. What can you do different? What are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? And say that again, I hardly heard. Okay. Who would I want to play in a movie? Oh, who would I want to play me in a movie? Let me accomplish some things first. they're only going to play the part where I was sick, dealing with kidney failure and dialysis. Like what? Rami Malek, he's a great actor. Happy, you always get all the shout outs. Is this a wedge formation? It can be the start because we're moving into that 20 EMA. So can we get a wedge here? Sure, yes is leading. Like it already broke out of its sort of very tiny wedge here. I'll see you in there, Feven. We'll talk. Great ratio here in the likes to viewers. It's like 60% maybe. Thanks, Komish. So it looks like we're getting that wedge. Maybe we can start a new 98 high, low structure from here. If not, then this can break lower and then move to test the zone again and then break out. Yes is leading though. No, my day's done. There's really not much for me to do. I captured this move, right? So yeah, it looks like we're getting that pullback, or I don't want to say pullback, when I say pullback is a possible break here and then a move, a retracement. So we'll see what Stowe has here for everybody. Might be choppy here. Maybe he's already in a long. We're usually in the same longs here. So maybe he's still in some runners. Is there SMT? There is. ES is higher versus NQ. But to me, it's not a day too short. Meta, taking a breather. Amazon, good to see that crowd. What a bounce. Hood, taking a breather. Walk you through my daily routine. I am up usually an hour and a half before the market opens. One of the things that sucks is I'm on the West Coast. I would love to have a morning routine. Hey, Stowe.
Oh, hey, they bring me on already. I'm still getting my stuff ready. Hey, Chris, what's up?
Take your time.
Great trade this morning. You hit that thing pre-market. Very impressive, buddy.
Yeah, how about you? Usually you're in the same trades.
I did, yeah. I was long. I was long down there for sure. I got in at this overnight high RT previous month high retest down here, and then got a bunch of points. I got out of the trade before 10 o'clock, just because of that. There was some red folder 10 o'clock stuff, and then yeah, I've just been buying this 2340-ish area, scalping a bit. Looks like it's probably going to roll over here, but just kind of grinding some points out up here. Yeah.
What are you seeing there from, are you seeing what sort of activity to get you in there, right in that area?
Oh, there's just a relentless buyer right here that, propped it up 3 times. I would assume this is going to get run here at the moment. because this low is very very suspect. But these first two tries, especially when we were still in the +1 standard deviation band, that was also, cue for me
Yeah.
to stay in that long. But yeah, it's basically like red team versus blue team up here. There was a lot of passive selling up here, which is where we rejected. But this bid has been strong. We'll see if it gets see if these sellers could finally get something accomplished here or not right now. But I imagine this is just going to be, we'll see. I also want to buy this 2330 spot too, so I'm not super married to this trade that I'm in right now.
Yeah, it's a little bit weaker than ES.
Yes. Yep. It's definitely doing something. We're retesting this high right here. I don't know if that might be the pullback for ants. We'll see.
Yeah, it might
Sometimes
hold
on
here.
these days where the market is doing low volume trickery, the pullbacks are not as dramatic in NQ, and you can get away with a tighter stop, especially if the market is caught off guard, which it seemed to be today. I don't know what the numbers. I never know what any of the numbers mean, but I assume that it liked it today. I don't know.
Yeah, it's if it's going up, we got to buy it. That's all we know.
Yep. No, even though we trade differently, we operate on the same strategy, which is, yep, it's going up. We got to buy it.
Yeah. All right, my friend. Wait, are you set up? Are you
Oh, I'm good.
yeah?
I got to hide my taskbar so the producers don't yell at me. But other than that, hold on, let's scoot that baby out of view. Get out of here, taskbar. Oh, we might be stuck with it.
All right, my friend. I'll let you take over. Good luck. Enjoy the holiday weekend,
Thank you, buddy.
and we'll chat next week.
Yep, that sounds good. Later,
All right,
Chris.
take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
Wow, what a trade from Chris. That was crazy. He caught that long from like the retest of the retest. Was he long from like, was he long from 900 or something? Yeah. Insane. Yeah, what a great trade. So yeah, pretty cool day. My toxic trait is that I love these days. I love nothing more than when everybody says that the market is going to be, a low volume, nothing burger day, and then I don't know. Those days seem to be the days that come out and are the big surprise and end up into like a really tradable trend sometimes for me. So let me see what this is doing here. I might just need to get out of this. Yeah. It's still doing its thing. So we'll hang. Yeah, yeah, so I love these days. This is my favorite. I never get more excited than to trade a low volume holiday day when there's actual news going on. Easy to catch the market off guard. And, I think that's when a bunch of computer programs start doing stuff and you can, follow along. And if the computer programs are trying to buy this thing, then I'm trying to buy this thing today. So but yes, good morning, chat. Is everybody all checked out already for the holiday weekend? Does anybody have to work their real job today? That would suck. Hey, XY did wake up. Thanks, brother. Let's go. Yeah, I'm not stoked on this. Not stoked on this guy right now. So we're kind of walking this back. I'm not going to short it, of course. I mean, for obvious reasons. But we're kind of seeing the, the two-way trade fall apart here. This might be a small dead body. We can ask XY. But we had some two-way up here, some bid, some sell, and the sell got through this bid. And so now we've created this little node here. So this is our little node test. But there's a lot of buyers. So I'm going to keep hanging on. I'll watch this for rejection up here. This 55. And if that rejects, then we'll probably just get flat. We have a bunch of points in the bag today. And, it's important not to be greedy. My goodness, Mr. Bid. Somebody's happy. Somebody's happy about America. I'm trying, friends. I'm trying to ride that bot wave. You know me. Some impressive stuff. I like this. If this is going to be the low, it's going to be good. So get up here, consolidate, poke below, and then get back above this supportive bid here. We'll see. We'll see what the turn does. ES is definitely still performing a little more. I mean, it's making new highs. At that 63.20 spot, that was a lot of ice that got filled and then blasted through. So it's a very angry bid. The bid was angry that day. A bit of a traffic jam up here at these 50s. Yeah, what a trade from Chris. My goodness. That was crazy. I loaded the YouTube a little early today. It was like 10 o'clock. I was like, my God, dude's up 100 points. Yeah, Eagle. Hey, cool. We got sound effects. Bonus sound effects for everybody today. Must be the holiday. Got some good jams today. I'm just listening to American Aquarium. Just doing a one band thing, not a playlist. You guys like American Aquarium? Very good. Very good folk music. Good singer-songwriter stuff. American Aquarium's a band, but it's really just the one dude. For fans of like Jason Isbell, stuff like that. Franz, yeah, I'm pretty sure you can use Interactive Broker with Ninja. I think that's a connection you can set up. Pretty sure. I don't know. But I'm pretty sure that's in there. I've seen that in the connections window. It might be rejecting. Let's see. 10 seconds till the turn. Let's see. These short days, holiday stuff, these turns tend to be a little more important, especially for the London activity. Let's see what we got. Okay. Dan, this is not an energy drink. Just so you know. Also, I don't drink milk. I've always hated milk. I grew up like half of my childhood on a dairy farm. I don't know, man. Just seeing behind the scenes of the milk business. Not not super into it.
Milk.
Yeah. All my milk consumption comes from almonds, and everybody tells me how bad that is for me too. So you know, something's gonna kill you. Just throwing that out there. No idea what it's gonna be. Could be almonds. You never know. Ugh, gross. They do that in Utah? My God. Hey Tracy, good morning. You guys had DCP on today. That was cool. I've always followed DCP on the internet. He says macro stuff that I don't necessarily understand, but at least it makes some sense of interest rate world for those of us that don't know what it is at all. He makes it, you know, relatively easy to understand. He actually made like a really good interest rate trading primer with a couple other traders. I forget where that is. I'm sure it's on his Twitter feed somewhere. But if you're curious about interest rates, I don't particularly trade them, but yeah, I like markets. I like to learn new stuff. You should check that out. Franz, what am I targeting here? The moon. I'm targeting the moon. I mean, honestly, when you're at like, it's a fair question. Like when you're at all time highs, and making new ones, I'm just looking at. You got to like go back to your stats and be like, all right, well, what kind of day is this going to be? It's only a half day, so we've already got 137 points into the range. How much time do we have left in the day? Um, I want to see. I mean, this is like 3 times at this high, and we're coming back up into it now. So I just want to see your reaction here, and then if it continues to kick off of this, and this just becomes this balance for us today, I'll probably just get out and be done. But I want to see what happens because there's a bunch of lots keep getting put on and pulled up here at like at the 060 065 spot. So it's kind of like some weird order flow behavior. So I don't know if this is eventually going to get eaten up, and we're going to head higher from here. And ES continues to grind higher as well. So for those reasons, I'm just chilling. I don't know why the chat insists on telling me all this stuff. What about coffee? What's in coffee that will kill me? Let's talk about all the things I'm drinking right now. And then I also know there's microplastics inside of this can. Those will kill me. Uh, yeah, I don't know what's bad about coffee, but I'm sure it's something. Yeah, the moon, France. Francis, the moon works. All right, cool. Yeah, this doesn't look very great. I need to take a couple shots at it. Trying to see if there's any questions. It just looks like you guys are talking to yourself, which is great. I love that. You guys are talking about building bots and code languages that I don't understand. Ernest asks, am I basically using delta volume profile to anticipate strong buyers will show up and defend those delta zones? So I'm not using it to anticipate. I'm just watching what is actually happening. And so you get like, all right, so um this is the delta volume profile shows the ask minus the bid, right? And so right here, there's more bid than ask. So whenever you see a negative number, um, this means that price crossed the spread from the ask to the bid more than it did from the bid to the ask right here, right? And so that's selling, right? People crossing the spread from the ask to the bid is active selling. Now, when active selling is getting met with, price not going lower, and you see this buildup begin here, that's when you can try to get on the side of the passive buying that is absorbing this selling here. So that's why I've been leaning off of this. And this we can zoom in till it hurts to this tiny range, but um, when when you see this come in, this profile didn't look like this before. An hour ago it was a node here, big LVN, and a node here. So as this profile continues to develop, I'm just trying to stay on side for the day context in this tiny, tiny, tiny micro context down here, which is, hey, sellers are trying here and getting nowhere. Obviously, we're in a trend day today for now. So yeah, I'm gonna try to take this along. So I'm trying to follow these folks, see what they're up to. ES continuing to make new highs, and so much is being filled over there right now. It is stampede on ES. So just trying to catch a side B break and see if we break and pull back in or if we continue higher. I don't know. Was that a good explanation? It's Thursday. So it's been a long, I too am at the end of my week. Well, JD Trader's running a little bot for himself. Good for you. Personally, I find the idea of algorithmic trading to be horrible. I would never want to do that. I would just be worried about it all the time. But that might just be me being a control freak. Never know. A lot of edge alerts today on a holiday, half day. Come on, smash this guy. This is a lot of passive selling up here. Look at this. Cracking into 1,000 lots. All right, new high. Try to watch the activity here. See if it gets some follow through or if a seller steps in now that that's been poked. What you got, Mr. Bid? We going for it? We doing this for America? Might be. Good grief. Okay. Okay. Now we're on the other side of this 55 now. So that's all I'm watching. I'm kind of using this as the divider. It's also the +1. So keep an eye. Might flatten for 10 points. Just be done. But John says it's a good time to exit if you're long. Fair. Could be. Ernest, I just yeah, I don't know. I just have my target like wherever, just far away, because I don't have a real target. So I have just tucked it right underneath a round number. So I'm not very scientific about it, but yeah, that's just where it is for now. I assume I'm going to have to manually exit it whenever I decide to. That's awesome, JD. Good for you, brother. Good morning, Norseman. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Yeah, this is why I look at it every day. Um, because sometimes the trend day will just sneak up on you. Especially if there's a half day and there's news, if there's a half day and there's something for the market to react to, doesn't necessarily matter what the news is. I mean, I don't know. I'm not even sure what the news was today. I know there was a PCI at 10. Whatever I got flat for at 10, I recognized what that was, but PMI was at 10. The hell was it? Oh, unemployment? Okay. Yeah, either non-farm, unemployment, can be anything. But when news is dropping on those half days, and if it's a surprise the analysts analyzed poorly, then you can catch a trend day on a half day. XY, this is my third ad up here. So I have no regrets. So this is my fifth lot in this sequence. Bought two, sold one, bought one, sold one. So yeah, we're on number 5 now. At home ATM asks, do you focus on trading one market, or do you feel like you have a great understanding of all of them based on your knowledge and workflow? I do not feel like I have a good understanding of all the markets. I don't know. I don't know if I have a good understanding of one market, which is the one that I trade. I primarily trade NQ. At least on this show, I usually trade NQ. I sometimes trade ES, but I don't know. It's pretty rare. But I do watch ES and NQ at the same time. Like I always have an ES chart up and an NQ chart up, and they look exactly the same. So there's that. I don't know if that helps answer the question. They're pretty highly correlated, so I would say that understanding of those markets is, it's pretty much the same. But no, I don't look at anything else. And I've tried to trade crude, I've tried to trade gold. It's just I don't know. It doesn't click with me, so I stopped trying to do that. Switching markets has the effect of like it's like trade. It's like setup hopping. I get over there and I'm just lost, and I'm trying to apply all the stuff that I know from watching NQ to crude. And it's just it just eats my lunch. So yeah, I stopped doing it. Hey, good morning, Firmament. Oh, was Powell speaking today? Oh, did the big beautiful bill get signed? I'll have to take a look at what they pulled out of that thing. I know it was getting squirrely at the end. Sterling asks, so as you track your winning and losing trades, do you know if the time of day has been a factor? And if so, how? Yes. I know that just from my just doing this for years and tracking my stats for years. A period for the most part, not a good time for old Stowe. And the zoom in beyond that, the first 15 minutes, also not good. And yeah, there's software out there that you can you can really dig into, like you can pull your NinjaTrader stats, right? With the trade performance thing, but you can export that data into some third party stuff that will give you really, really good drilled down stats. And you can even get into like 5-minute increments, 1-minute increments if you want to really see what time of day you're performing the best. But so yes is the answer. And then what I found is that this is kind of my sweet spot, is like right in here, which they were nice enough to give me a show for, so I appreciate it. But 10:30 to 11:30 is that's my bread and butter. Always has been. For those reasons, like I took this long. Let's see what time this was. Yeah, it was 9:40. But I mean, this was a pretty sick pullback. It pulled back to the RTH open, the overnight high, and also the previous month high was right here. And, saw a bunch of bid come in. It's easy to get on here. But those trades that I take early in the morning, if I'm taking a trade in a period, I'm never holding that for like big runner expectations. I'm usually getting out of that, at the other side of the range. Because you don't know, like the day has not even begun to develop at that point. And you can always buy it higher. Like there's no rule against it. So, I sold. I mean, this is a good example. I bought 942 and sold at 983. So I got 50 points. It's 55 points on this trade, which is great. And then, I just left it alone because there's no real way into this. This was a big news print here. I just left it alone and let it pull back and then bought it higher. You can do that. There's no rules. You can just do stuff. Fly it here says your sweet spot is my weakness. Fair enough. Yeah, that's what makes trading cool. Everybody's different. But you can learn. I mean, the more you know about yourself, the better. So, hey, Nick, good morning, brother. Ernest, I've been shorting this since 10 a.m. My God, dude. Really? I mean, that's why you can. Yeah, I don't like to try to pick tops, especially on pretty nasty reactive days like today. And see, we pulled back to that 55, 57 spot again. We're holding the +1. Really no reason to get out of this trade. So we just chill. Yeah, no need to look, Nick. Just assume. It's a good assumption. Okay, Ernest asks a valuable question. If I was going to short this morning, at what point would I decide to stop shorting this thing? So, all right, let's go all the way back. Let's go way, way back. All right, this is the 8:30 print right here, right? And this green spot is our London 30-second opening range. It didn't really serve as much of a pivot, but we're just drifting, waiting for this news. Market cared about this. Pivot. So once the news happened, right? This is the news spike that I want to look at. So 914 and 855. I always just take a mental note of those spike points. So we get the big news spike. We pull back right to the London OR, and then we bounce. It doesn't really look back from here in any way. And we open above the spike. We also open like right at the previous month high and just rip. So honestly, I don't have a single argument that I could make for ever being short at any point on this day, because all of these prices above here are new all-time highs after we open above the previous month high. I mean, I don't have that on my chart because I don't want to drown you folks in MGI. Yeah, all-time high or previous month high or all-time high was 22,934. Yeah, so right here. We open right below it and then just bang, opening drive. So like there's like never short this because you don't have any context yet. Um I guess hypothetically, you could short here and be wrong, which was the retest of this initial rejection. But even then, I mean, even after, even then, you've got the context of like, well, we pulled back perfectly to the previous month high, the RTH open, and the overnight high, and bounced, and we've been going up in a grind straight line since. Yeah, I don't know. So yeah, I don't see a single. There's not a short setup ever for me there. But once you're in this, my personal rules for a normal day, like imagine this wasn't new all time highs. Um, Once you're in this +1 to +2 band, for me, I'm not taking any shorts in here. And also, once that band starts to do this, and the slope turns into this 45-degree angle, and look, we even got outside of it, and we're holding the +2. Like that's intense. I never buy that because that's too crazy, but that's just really strong trend. You just have to watch and be in awe. Yeah, so I'm never short in here. Um, if this band was not still sloped up, this would be a good retest short, maybe. But I need that band to be flat. It's still sloped, and ES was still holding inside of its band at that moment. So yeah, I also see that they've ES and NQ have kind of locked up a little bit. They're a little more in line now. At home, ATM asks, would I dare put my trade performance into Chat GPT for further analysis of your performance? Um, no, I do have no desire to have AI's input on my trading. No, thank you. I mean, there's so many different factors that come into play with like the mental game of this thing. The last thing I need is an AI model picking me apart and trying to get me to change what I'm doing. No, pass. Hard pass. I can look at my own trades and know when I suck. Trust me. You can go back through my Twitter feed and look at those down weeks. I don't need a robot to tell me that. Yeah. So, Avia, the coloring of the candles, this is all part of the Delta Map study, and these different tones of color indicate different levels of delta dominance inside of that candle. The bright red is a lot of sell dominance. The bright blue is a lot of bid dominance, and then the other colors are just more neutral gradients of that. A lot of people that use Delta Map, they just turn the neutral colors to gray so they can only see the extremes. I like to see all of them. I don't know. It's just probably something that I've always just been used to. So for the
All right. We're going to get Stowe back in here, everybody. Hang tight. Did not fix my hair for this impromptu. Oh my goodness. How's everybody doing today? Great chat today, guys. Appreciate you rolling in here with us. Absolutely. It happens. It happens. It happens to everybody. I mean, we've got, we have internet connections that go through ISPs that, sometimes go through neighborhoods where they're doing construction and they don't tell you. Certainly happens. Faded Firmament, I am doing great, man. How about you? Thomas, good to see you as usual. A lot of familiar faces from a long, long time back, man. Appreciate you guys hanging with us. You're right. This is the special Thursday edition of Capital Preservation. But both of our last two Order Flow Labs guys and Chris were just like, they're placing trades, man. They were getting busy. That's pretty awesome. LA internet. I love LA. A lot of people don't like it, but I just love LA. It's so spectacular. Oh my goodness. From the beginning. Love it. FNG boy, appreciate you for sure. Curtis, my favorite channel. This is a great channel. It really is. The thing is the diversity of the folks that we have from 8 all the way till the close has been fantastic. Shai's been around for a long period of time on X, and well, in general, she's been just kind of a standout superstar, not only in the macro space, but in the trading space. She's pretty good at identifying trade ideas also. But over the years, she's amassed this network of great resources, as has Delhi, right? That's another superpower of Delhi's as well. So we're lucky to get these fantastic contributors, guests with us on this channel. So, we've only done this since February. It's awesome. And we appreciate you guys being in here. And don't, tell your friends, your family, your neighbors, anybody who might be interested in trading. It's free. We'll give them the friends and family discount here at NinjaTrader Live. Dan, thank you. I appreciate you for sure. Oh, XYZ says he loves downtown and Hollywood. I'll tell you a story, XYZ. I was at the Hollywood. What's that hotel that was popular way back in the day? There's one in Times Square in New York City. It was a fancy boutique hotel. Why is this escaping me? It was in the Hollywood area. It'll come to me. Anyway, I walk into this fancy boutique hotel, and it was in the middle of the afternoon. I had meetings for dinner and stuff. It was in the W. There we go. Thank you, Faded Firmament. I'm pretty sure it was a W. And I walk in. I'm by myself. I'm meeting people later in the evening. And I walk in, and well, what are you going to do? You're going to walk into the bar, right? It's only natural. So I walk into the bar, and walking in at the exact same time, this Hulk Hogan and his entourage, and me and the Hulkster hit the hallway at the same time, and he looks over at me without missing a beat, and he goes, "How you doing, brother?" It was awesome. So I got to have a beer with those guys. They were a lot of fun. Yeah, brother. Oh my God. So I love LA. In any event, let's just do a little recap here while we have some time. We do have some time, folks. Remember, we're closing early, 1 o'clock East Coast time. CME is closing most of those markets then. And we had some really good coverage over the stock index futures. XYZ. We are a combat family, Didi, by the way. We've got some freestyle and Greco-Roman wrestlers in our family that did quite well. So I'm a fan of all this stuff, to be honest with you. But yeah, so I mean, we've covered the equities pretty much. There's a lot of green on the board on the main current stock index futures. Treasuries are doing the opposite. Treasury sold off. We heard from Donnie this morning about why and a great explanation of why that's happening. You definitely need to follow him. The crude oil and the energies are also down a little bit, and then but look at these, look at the metals. I mean, platinum has gone through a wild ride. I know a lot of people don't trade platinum, and we've been talking about it an awful lot, but I just kind of wanted to put this in perspective. I mean, up down 3.65%. That's kind of a big deal. So a wild ride here. But if you look at these candles, it's like, all right, we're between 1436 on the upside and on the downside after the breakout, 1339. So a little range bound today, walking along that 8 EMA. Gold, on the other hand, I'm starting to like the gold market.
Hey, Jim, sorry about that, dude.
Whoa, he's back. That's all right, buddy. That's all right. I was stalling my ass off, as they say in the business.
Yeah, that was weird. I was talking for a long time to nobody too.
Oh, it's funny
ever do
because when
that?
that happens, I'm here. Like when I say I'm in the chat taking notes, I am. But sometimes my screen freezes, so I don't know if it's me or you or what's going on.
Yep. No, it was not the cat. Yeah, the chat wants to know if the cat finally got me. No, he's sleeping. He's being a good boy. I don't know what the heck that was.
Oh my God, fat fish. Not yet, buddy. You got another 22 minutes. Hold on for 22 minutes, fat fish, and then you're good.
Yep, not quite, not quite. We're almost there. The market. The market makers tried to get me on this news spike that I see just happened at 11:25.
Yeah. I mean, the news sleeps for no man.
Did something else happen? Was that the?
It's nonstop. What do you mean?
Okay, fair.
I mean, let's see what we got. I mean, I'll look at. I use Financial Juice. That's the website I look at. It kind of streams. I think what they do is they kind of scrape the internet and Twitter and places like that for headlines, and they kind of make it like a little feed. It's not. It's a little delayed, but we're
Okay.
talking, 5 seconds. We're not talking 5 minutes. But the latest is that I think Putin Trump build up to a Putin Trump call with everybody hoping the war ends.
Oh, okay. Well, that would be a nice surprise for the 4th of July, an actual end.
Oh, for sure.
And then it'll be then we'll be back to the tariff problem probably. I don't know. I feel like there's 3 problems and we just keep going in this triangle with those 3
Well,
problems.
it's funny because right now, last I checked, the big beautiful bill,
Mhm.
they're waiting to vote on it because I guess Jakim has the floor right now.
Okay.
Hakeem Jeffries has the floor right now, and I guess he could keep going as long as he wants. And he's been talking since like 3:30 this morning.
Oh man.
So eventually he's gonna pass out. He's gonna have to stop. But they do expect my other thing is that his colleagues are gonna get pissed. Like, we want to go home for 4th of July, buddy.
Yeah, yeah.
So they'll vote after that. Most likely they'll get the votes, and the bill will get over to the president's desk, is my guess.
Boy, our political processes sure are interesting, aren't they?
It is, but this idea of filibuster kind of behavior has been around for a while. It's
Yep.
kind of built into the fabric of this thing. I mean, in the old days, they used to beat each other with sticks and canes.
It would be if we could go back to that. That would be cool. I mean, if as long as it's televised, I would be down. What would be better 4th of July than that?
Nobody would be watching us, though, because I wouldn't be
That's
watching
true.
us. I'd be watching that.
Yeah, me too. I would have called in sick today to watch the cane beating vote.
Oh my goodness gracious. Anyway, other than that, yeah, we got the tariffs coming up, and my vote is it's going to be another taco. We're going to kick it down the road.
Yep, me too. Give it a couple weeks, 2 weeks. Check back in.
Yeah, there's not enough business days. I mean, tomorrow's done on 4th, 5th, and 6th, Saturday, Sunday. So I got 7th, 8th, and 9th. There's only 3 business days left, and as far as I could tell, Tracy's with me. Anytime Tracy's with me, it's like I'm winning.
That's a gold star, Jim.
I have
That's a
said
gold star.
something smart, or at least, yeah, at least right.
Yep, that's
It's
right.
and when she doesn't say she's with me, then I get worried. anyway,
man.
but it was brave of you to put this trade on, man. You just popped it in. You just hopped on the stream and popped it in.
Yep. Yeah, man. I'm comfortable buying high and selling higher if the setup is there. And like, I don't know. This buyer is here. I don't know what he's doing. Also, my true secret, Jim, is I just buy everything that ends in 42. So there it is.
Well, there's a lot of psychology now, right? So the psychology is there's going to be profit taking. There's going to be folks taking positions off for the long weekend because they don't want the risk. Therefore, we're going to get a big sell off at the end.
Yeah, so they say.
I've fallen into that trap more than once.
The thing that got me out of that, like, I don't know. I don't really have contrarian thinking in general in my life, except for this one situation, which is it started with Fed days, right? Whenever there was going to be not the minutes days, but the actual speech days. And everyone would say, well, we're probably going to be in a range, waiting for the Fed announcement. And I started to realize that like that wasn't happening at all. And like 5 Fed days in a row were trend days. Yeah. And so that kicks me into this, like, maybe I could find outlier days, like weird holiday days where there is a trend. And so I went back, through 3 years and located a ton of those situations. So so I just start to, try to do what everybody's not doing. I don't know.
Yeah, and there's nuances in the thing, right? So like when I don't know, we could use non-farm payroll because it came out today. It's like, all right, if this number is good, then I'm going to get long. It's going to be bullish, and this goes for any kind of release, right? Over my career, I don't know how many times I had the number right, and the market did the opposite thing I thought was going to happen.
Yep. That's why I'm just trading the Simon game, dude. It's just red team versus blue team for me.
Yeah, no, I like that.
And we chewed through this. Obviously, I didn't get to see it, which is a little disappointing. I missed the big pop here. But we chewed through this big passive seller, came down, retested it, and now we're making new highs. So I don't know. Stay in the trade, I guess.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I hear you. I like it. I do like it. And just going back to what I just said, it's like this expectation of a big sell-off. It might happen. I don't know, but that's not my expectation right now.
Yep. The market does weird stuff, man. And once you've seen it do weird stuff enough times, you're like, okay, maybe I'll stop trying to figure it out. Just chill, ride the wave, as they say in the chat.
Well, and Franz is right, man. I agree with Franz on this. It's awesome job sticking with this trade still.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Franz. Is it Franz or Franz?
Well, I'm easy. It's Palucci. I could say that better than.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Nice Italian last name.
Oh man, it was so weird. My music was still playing throughout that whole outage. I was like, well, it's not the internet. What's happening here? I don't know.
I'm the least tech savvy person on the planet, so
my computer is ready for Miller time already. Apparently, that's what's happening.
Yeah, I got Kevin and Austin in the background. They could fix anything. They're geniuses.
That's true.
So
cool.
We're getting ready though. We talked about Pierogi Fest, just so you know.
Oh yeah, you doing it?
We're gonna wait. My son is coming down because he's going to grad school at the Citadel. He's gonna at least temporarily live with us.
Oh, cool.
He's
good
coming.
For you. That's awesome.
Yeah, he's coming Monday or Tuesday, and so we're gonna plan it on his arrival so that he could enjoy as well.
Oh, dude, I'm so excited to hear what you think. It should be cool. We just I just ate them yesterday, actually. So good. I personally, my wife and I were talking about this. We all have very specific pierogi, I don't know, tendencies. I am a fried pierogi guy. I like to boil them about halfway and then fry them up with butter, get a nice crust on the outside. That's my preference.
Okay. I was going to ask you, boil and fry.
Yep. I like to do a combo of both. So get nice and soft in the middle and then fry them up like, medium, low heat. Don't feel like you need to use as much butter as if it's like your last day on earth is what I recommend.
Okay. So you're doing it in butter, not like avocado oil or something like that.
Nope. You got to have, but I rarely use butter. I'm usually a high heat oil guy.
Yeah.
But nope. Butter, nice and slow. We buy that good butter too. You know, that Irish butter.
Yeah, well, it's good marketing butter. They have a good
Yep.
marketing department. Oh, look at your trade go, man. You're getting there. You're
Yeah,
getting
it's
there.
going. Yeah, I'm probably going to be happy here at 99. You know, as we're getting at, I lost my clock and everything. Oh, we got 20 minutes left.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm down to take 50 points. It's been a pretty fun adventure on these minis, Jim, so far.
Oh my God, you're killing them, man. Ever since you made the move, it's a big deal for traders too, to go from the micros to the minis, because your P&L, it's like it freaks you out sometimes.
Yep. Well, that's why I never look at it.
Oh,
also.
he's got it.
That's right. Play Freebird. Play Freebird.
Oh,
We even get
love
sound
that.
effects on the bonus day. I love it.
Absolutely, man. I mean, well, I mean that's the song. That's the 4th of July song right there.
Yep.
It's gonna be I'm gonna be on a lake in Charlotte, you know, with the surfboard, with the, what do you call it, wakeboard and the water
Yeah,
skis
yeah.
and all that stuff.
Yep.
My brother's got this boat. It's like crazy looking boat, and you know, the first thing you're doing is you're cranking up the Van Halen, and the Van Halen with Diamond Dave, by the way.
Of course, yeah. Yeah. It's not it's not Van Hagar. I agree.
No.
Same page.
Oh my God. Well,
That's gonna be cool.
look at what kind of stuck right where you got out. That was a masterful fall, Phil.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, I also find that on these holidays, if you're going to catch this grindy thing, it's less emotional. Like it's much more, I don't know. Like look at this price action. It's so clean.
Yeah.
You can get away with tons of stuff in markets like this. Like, I mean, get out of the round number. You know, easy dumb things like that exist in this. So, yeah, look at that.
Yeah. I mean, just about any kind of study or trend line or anything you put on here is telling you what to do.
Yep. Any day that the trading is easy is a good day.
Yeah. Oh, most days are not easy.
What was the hard day this week? Tuesday sucked. Yeah, I just don't like Tuesdays, I think. Maybe I can petition to move my day from Tuesday to Wednesday.
You're gonna have to. You and Kane are gonna have to work that out, I think.
We'll see. I'll fight Kane if you're here. Kane's not here.
No.
Wait, he should be here. He doesn't celebrate the 4th of July. It's
No,
just another.
but remember what Kane said. He's like, there's only a few really nice days in Britain, and he's going to be outside as much as he can.
That's fair. Yeah, London and Pennsylvania have a lot in common that way.
Oh my goodness. Anyway. Oh, Ernest, man, what happened with that?
Ernest has been sim short since 10 o'clock. So,
Move.
Ernest, if you want, you can share your feels and we can use it as an example of not fading a trend day.
Yeah, don't. Yeah, it's tough. And also, if you've been short that whole time, it's tough to be. Don't be married to a position. It's like a real thing.
I think he was just on sim, so it's okay.
Okay. All right.
But everybody starts fading a trend day. I feel like everybody starts trading with a price must mean revert at some point, like burned into their brain. And it takes, I don't know, it took me like 2 years to get out of that mode. I spent all of 2022 trying to be long in the most horrendous bear market of all time. So
yeah, well, yeah. When I was a commodity broker, I don't know how many phone calls I got where the traders customers are like, Jim, this is overbought. It can't go any higher, so I'm going to get short. Do you agree? I'm like, that's not good. That's not a good argument.
nope, not a thesis, unfortunately. Yeah, the market's just a scoreboard and it can go higher. It can also go lower. So yeah, you don't ever want to get to a spot where you feel like it's definitely going to turn now. That's also when people try to you start getting in your head and then you over leverage at that spot too. And then you're double screwed.
Yeah. Right. Well, that's
we got Basent speaking too. Everybody's partying today.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh man. Yeah. I heard that the president's going to visit Iowa on the 4th of July.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. We
All
got to
right.
get him over to your house in Pittsburgh.
He's come by. He's come by quite close. Um, yeah, I mean, he had a super bad time in Butler, specifically a little north of me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was wild when that happened. The Butler Fairgrounds where that goes down is like somewhere that I've been a billion times. So when that happened live, we were all like, "Whoa, where is he? He's in Butler right now?"
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was extremely weird.
Wow.
And Pittsburgh got extremely strange for a long time after that happened.
Yeah.
Just like with everything was locked down.
You know, the weirdest thing hit. So I'm on an island down here by Charleston. The next island over is called Kiowa, and it's got all
Okay.
these really great golf courses, and it's it's a vacation spot for folks that have some dough in their pocket.
Sure.
And President Biden would come here to vacation all the time.
Okay.
And the weirdest thing, there's never any traffickers. I never saw a traffic or Secret Service once.
Huh.
I don't know, maybe they helicoptered in and, had the grounds fortified or something, but it was weird.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, every time he's come through here, they hit Pittsburgh quite a bit. Because it's like, I don't know, you're in the city and it's like briefly left leaning, and then like as soon as you get outside, Pennsylvania is such an incredibly weird state like that. Like as soon as you get even close outside of the city, you get into different pockets of, depending on if that was like old steel town, is it current steel town? Is it, or like, are those, are those factories open or not?
Yeah.
The towns change very quickly along all the rivers. So
Yeah.
it's interesting to see like how everybody votes and leans just depending on how their immediate town is doing. And it's all different.
Yeah. Yeah. I worked in Northwest Indiana for a while, and I know Mark in the chats from Northwest Indiana, he mentioned Whiting, where we have some refineries up there. The Whiting, we have a big refinery, and Mayor Bursick was the man way back in the day. Who you need some campaign funds, you go saw that guy, go see that guy. But the coolest thing about that whole county that touches the bottom of Lake Michigan is the top third is heavy industry, the middle third is suburban,
Okay.
and then the bottom third is farming. It's all rural.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So the county council meetings are wild because everyone has a different idea what should be
Oh, I
going
bet
down.
that is awesome.
Yeah.
Oh man, that would be so cool.
Yeah, it's a special place. It's a crazy place, but
Yeah, that industry. I mean, you see that when you drive to Chicago from from Pittsburgh. You drive through like getting through Gary and all that stuff. You're like, wow, this is refinery city over here.
yeah, it is. It is. There's a lot of industry up there, but that was a long time ago. I was walking around back there. By the way, the chat is going crazy right now with Shy and the fried ravioli.
That's true. That's kind of like fried ravioli is kind of like a pierogi. It's true. But yes, we do have. I mean, doesn't everybody have fried ravioli? I'm pretty sure. We got a lot of pierogi fans in here. Maybe I should do. Maybe I need to do a pierogi contest. Maybe I'll come up with a contest and send somebody pierogies. You let me know how.
I
Let
got
me
an
know how
idea.
good those are.
We could do a trader meet and greet in Pittsburgh, wherever you tell us, and
Okay.
we'll go to a pierogi place.
That's a great idea. I'm down.
I would fly up for
That's great.
that.
I
All
love
right.
it.
Let's think about that. I bet there's a lot of traders in the neighborhood.
I don't know. I've never met any, but I also
There.
don't go anywhere where they would be.
Oh,
I
well,
try to get
well,
an
Pax will
internship
come.
like
Pax will come anywhere, so it doesn't matter.
where is Pax? Is Pax in Florida? I can never figure out where
No,
Pax is.
Pax lives in on the south side of Chicago, actually.
So
in a
he's still in
neighborhood-
Chicago?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I guess he was just at a Cubs game. Okay, that makes
Yeah.
sense. Okay.
Yeah. All right, here we go with Shy. This is okay. Fried ravioli was first created in St. Louis in the 1940s on the Hill. Oh my gosh.
So you guys have Budweiser and fried ravioli.
There you go.
It's pretty good.
Yeah. So so you're trading wise, you're done for the day, right? Or are you gonna?
Oh yeah. I don't have anything else to do. What do we close at 1 Eastern today? I think.
It closes at 1 Eastern, most of
Yeah.
the markets. I'm going to go ahead and on my X feed and I'll put the link to the CME calendar.
Okay.
But yeah, it's a weird thing because a lot of times the day before the holiday, you go all the way to 5 o'clock or six, what, to close. But
Yeah.
this time you get this half day, and I think there might even be a session tonight. I don't remember. Sometimes there's that Friday morning session, but probably not for the 4th of July. I think we're probably done.
Okay. Cool. Well, I'm done. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, this has been a week. Tuesday was terrible, but other than that, yeah, great
Yeah.
recovery. Yesterday was great. That's why I'm trying to petition to get Wednesdays instead of Tuesdays. But
You could juke that out with Kane.
no, yeah, I think I'm good. This is a good this is a great time to stop. I can't. It'll be hilarious if they close up here.
Yeah, and we're talking. Who was I talking with before? I mean, we're talking about capital preservation Friday,
Yeah,
and so we're just pushing it up a day, right? So it's capital preservation today. Don't. If you had a great week, why wait? Why blow it with the last hour attempt at something if the
yep,
setup is not there? I mean, it's
yep.
okay. It's okay.
Yeah, there's no need to push. Like anytime you start to have that idea, you just can't be at the desk. That if you're going to try to like make your day,
Yeah.
that's the best reason to not trade is if you have the thought like I'm going to kill it today. Every
Yeah.
time I've had that thought, I was the one who was killed. So it hasn't happened in a while. I think I sat down like a month ago and was like, I'm going to crush this Monday. And then I was like, well, now I got to go take a walk for 20 minutes. And that's my little
Yeah.
reset punishment.
Yeah. There's a difference between confidence and being cocky.
Yeah. Yep.
Confident in your setup, confident in your experience, your muscle memory, what you think's going to go down. That's one thing. That's important, by the way. But,
Yep.
I'm going to make 5 grand today. I'm the man. Rawr.
Right. Yep. Nope. The market is the man, and that's it. That's the only one in charge is the market. The rest of us are just floating along with whatever it decides to do.
Oh my gosh. Well, yeah. So we had a story though today. We had the non-farm payrolls come out today. It pushed.
Oh, you got
the
to
whole.
meet DCP, by the way. You never met him before.
That's. I don't think I have. I
That's
mean,
cool.
he
He's
looked familiar.
awesome.
Yeah. So he looks familiar to me. I might have met him at a Merc party back in the day,
Mm.
but that's the first time I actually had a conversation with him.
Yeah, he's a good dude. Um, yeah, super smart, super kind, very, very generous with his knowledge. Always has been.
Yeah,
I
I'm gonna
followed
try.
him since I first was on Twitter, I think.
I'm gonna try to get him on a 11:30 session so I'll have him for a half an hour. I could ask him
Yep.
all sorts of questions.
Oh yeah, you could pick his brain for forever. He's done some really good Twitter spaces, and I think I mentioned it before. He wrote like an intro to short-term interest rate trading, and he's always shared like exactly how he trades, like with those channels anchored in a VWAP for ES. Yeah, he's always been extremely
Yeah.
generous with all of his alpha, which is nobody has to do that, so super
Yeah.
cool.
Absolutely. Um, yeah, so I'm gonna follow up with that dude for sure. Tracy's
Sweet.
just telling us that Bostic is trying to stop the rally in its tracks.
Good luck. Good luck, Bostic. This is Waller's Fed now. We're going straight up.
But you're a Waller man now. Okay.
No, I'm just I'm just trying to refinance my house at some point. So I'm talking my own book a little bit.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, we've been in that sticky 30-year mortgage range between like 6.75 and 7 for a long period of time.
We bought this house last year, and like we had to move, and I had like a 2.25 rate on our old house.
Yeah.
And it was like an emotional journey to get
Yeah.
to get me to get out of that interest rate.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
my
it-
wife
it-
won that
it-
for sure,
yeah.
and it was the thing we had to do. We had to get out of the city schools. We had to get somewhere good for the kid, and bigger for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm just like, well,
Yeah.
I'll refinance someday. Maybe Waller's my hero.
I'll tell you, I've been in that exact same boat that you're describing. And you're right. Time is on your side. Rates will come back down. There'll be a time to refinance. It will happen. You're just going to have to be a little bit patient, but it will
Yeah.
happen.
It was a thing I had to do where I was like, okay, not everything is a trade, you know,
Yeah.
and we're going to be here for the whole time, like forever. And so yeah, I was like, okay, well, I probably have to worry about this a little less than, you know, if I was trying to get out of this in 5 years. But
Yeah.
yeah, not everything has to be a trade, even though it feels like that when you're a trader.
Yeah. No, I'm with you for sure. So, all right, we're getting close to the end of time here. We're not going to do an edge report or anything like that. In the last couple of minutes. Anybody has any last minute questions? Type them into the chat for Stowe or me or
Yeah.
anybody.
I think somebody asked me what these bubbles were. This is just like this is part of the Delta map study.
Okay.
And this is just showing it's just like an exhaustion sign. When they happen on big news spikes like this, it's just where like really aggressive buying or selling stops. I don't think I have any red ones today because, you know, it's been kind of up only.
Mhm.
But the way that you use these in a trending market, like we're trending up, and when you see these exhaustion bubbles exist and then get traded through, so price was exhausted, pulled back, decided it was not exhausted, pulled back, and then kept going. So that's another just trend continuation confirmation sign for me. And then if these are working and, you know, you have a volume profile that is, you know, more Gaussian and more balanced, if price is respecting those and it's, you know, you're seeing buyer exhaustion at the highs and selling exhaustion at the lows, then that gives you more context on that day to, you know, play the edges. Maybe that's more of a balanced day.
Totally makes sense. And that's part of the Order Flow Labs plugin.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, this most of the stuff is just run on this one Delta map study. You know, all the coloring of the candles, these exhaustion indicators. Yeah.
Got it.
Did we exit at the top, Jim? We might have.
Did we what?
I
Yeah,
think
well,
it
yeah.
might have
We
we should let's stop this stream right now before price gets above 2,300. Sweet.
Constantine looks like he caught it. Shorted the local top.
There you go. Good
Yeah.
job, bud. Katie, Katie, I don't know if it's Katie or Caddy. I've said both to you a couple times, so
Yeah.
I'm sorry if I'm screwing up your name. Yeah, there's lots of places to learn order flow. There's a lot of educate. Yeah, if you want to get into the order flow labs tools eventually, there's a bunch of education in there. I would encourage you to poke around YouTube and look at you know, just look at DOM reading, just look at some footprint stuff to get an idea of like what is actually happening with the bid and the ask, and understanding what the spread is and how market orders and resting orders are creating the delta stuff that we're looking at. There's a really good free blog called man, what is it called? I'll find it. Give me 1 second.
All right. Yeah. In the meantime, you know, we talk a lot about order flow on the show. I mean, pretty much every contributor, or a lot of them anyway, talk about order flow, talk about volume profile.
I got it.
There we go.
It's yes, trading right. Thank you, DD. Yes. Yeah, look at everybody has it. Nice. Thank you, folks. Yeah, Trading Riot is a very cool free blog. And you know, it's a very simple concepts. The guy that writes it does a lot of crypto stuff, which I don't look at all. But if you go to some of the older stuff, there's a lot of auction market theory stuff in there. There's a lot of order flow stuff in there. There's a lot of DOM reading stuff in there. Yeah, so just start with that, and you can go from there.
By the way, do you say kitty corner or caddy corner?
Kitty corner.
Okay.
Kitty corner. Yeah.
I think that might be factually incorrect. But okay.
Of course it is. I'm also saying VWAP instead of whatever I'm supposed to say, and then I also say Dom instead of Dome. I was trying to get everybody on the Dome party the other day because I was like, hey, the cool kids say Dome, by the way. We should be saying Dome.
Yeah, you're the cool kid for sure.
Thanks, Jim. We do what we
Anyway,
can.
uh, so one last comment. Just Gary just told XYZ, and I agree with Just Gary on this one. Non-alcoholic beer is like recording the Weather Channel and watching it later.
No, I disagree. I'm just recently down this non-alcoholic beer rabbit hole, and it is really good. Non-alcoholic Guinness tastes just like tastes just like normal Guinness.
Yeah.
I've have found a good couple of IPA variants too, but I have a secret to my non-alcoholic beer thing, Jim, and I'm allowed to say this because I have the card. If you put I made beer for a long time as a job, and there are very similar characteristics between the hop terpenes and marijuana terpenes. They taste extremely similar. They're a hop plant and marijuana plant is very close to being the same plant. And so a small bit of tincture inside of a non-alcoholic beer that is an IPA, it is indistinguishable from
Really?
a normal IPA, but without any alcohol consumption, which I'm trying to experiment with to see if it would make me feel better. So,
Yeah, I'm not going to do that experiment.
no, you don't have to, dude. It's just, listen. I can hear the ice shaking downstairs somehow.
I
Your
know,
mic must be really good.
we're almost there. Actually, we are there right now. We are there right now. And so if you could hang out 1 second after we're done, I got a question for you.
Sure, brother.
Anyway, folks, thanks for being here with us this week. This has been a great week. I know it's a short week. I hate the short weeks. I want Friday with PAX, but it's been a great week. Order Flow Labs guys have been on fire this week. Everybody's really been great this week.
XY
Tanya
killed
King,
it this
XY,
week.
yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I learned a lot, and that's my whole thought process is let's just keep learning until the bitter end, man. I want to just keep learning. So, thanks for being here. We appreciate everybody's positive attitude in the chat. We're doing it, man. We'll be back strong on Monday morning, 8 a.m. Me, Shy, and Deli, the whole group. Actually, you know what? It's going to be a little bit of a different week next week. So I will be here next week for sure.
Oh, you're gonna
So,
be here? Cool. I'll be here
yeah.
too.
Yeah. I'm going to be here all next week. I do think Deli and Shy are actually taking the week off and doing something fun. So,
Fancy. We'll do something fun one of these times, Jim.
oh, for sure. For sure. I'm going to do something fun in like 5 minutes. So,
Sick.
but any event, listen, most important message, guys. Really, I mean this from the heart, and especially going into a long weekend with fireworks and non-alcoholic THC infused beer. Uh, be, seriously though, be safe out there and be good to each other. We'll see you next week.
Thanks, guys.